Good afternoon, West Orange. This is Joe Fagan. We're coming live to you from council chambers. We're just a few minutes behind schedule. This is the September 2nd, 2025 West Orange Township Council Budget Workshop. And just a quick reminder, tomorrow school's open, and I'd like to remind everyone that school buses will be on the road, so please drive accordingly. You are welcome to join us here in council chambers. But whether you're at home or in council chambers, there will be no public comment at all. At this time, I'd like to turn the floor over to our council president.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Welcome, West Orange, to our 13th workshop for the 2025 municipal budget. The draft budget from the mayor proposed to raise municipal property taxes by 6.2%. We've knocked that increase down to around 1%, and we're continuing to look for additional efficiencies and savings. If you want to follow along, please go to the township website, westorange.org. Use the search box in the upper right hand of the page, type in budget, then click on the first result, and you'll see at the top item is the budget version dated July 22nd that we'll be working from today. And in a minute, Mr. Detiniak will take you on a guided tour on the screen. We are not taking public comment. If you want to comment or ask questions, please send an email to council@westorange.org. which, despite what you may think, also goes to the mayor and several people in her administration. If you want to send just to the council, send it to one of us and ask for distribution to each of us. If you need email addresses, search for council on the township website. Recordings of the workshops are on the township website. Find them by searching for video gallery. We're hoping to have someone from the Citizens Budget Advisory Board up to join us here on the dais. Oh, is somebody here?
Yeah.
Who is that? Oh,
Good evening, Council President.
I apologize, Ms. Bennett.
Service.
Welcome. Just as a reminder, please, everyone, try to focus on speaking into the microphones, especially if and when the air conditioner is on. We get to skip all the stuff about raising your digital hand because Councilwoman Scarpa has rejoined us on the dais. Welcome, Councilwoman.
Yeah, good to be back.
And lastly, I urge everyone to consider time efficiency in their comments and questioning to be sure that what you say is necessary, because the faster we carefully go through the budget, the better. Mr. Detiniak, we actually have an agenda. I will let you
I also have to do the opening.
take it away. But first, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
This is to inform the general public that this workshop is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The notice for this workshop was emailed to the West Orange Chronicle and the Star Ledger on August 25th, 2025. Councilwoman Castellino.
Present.
Councilwoman Rudin. Here. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Present.
Council President Kukoviac.
Present. Now, Mr. Detiniak, where shall we go?
Thank you, Council President. Good to be back in the chambers. So we're going to start off by showing everybody watching at home how to look at the budget document that we're going to be using today. So I'm going to just back up one screen, two screens. This is the westorange.org website. You're going to go to departments. You're going to go to finance. And on the left side, we have our budget submenu. And I'm going to point to two different things here. So the first is that we're going to be working on the municipal budget as of July 22nd, 2025. But we also have available on the website the 2025 Citizens Budget Advisory Board preliminary report to the Township Council. I'm guessing at some point that'll become a finalized report, but you can download this, you can print it out, it's searchable. So I encourage you at home to take a look at both documents. There's a lot of great information in the CBAB's report. We're going to start today. The first page we're going to go to. Oh, let me pull up my agenda. I'm sorry. So we're going to look at the agenda. So we're starting with the mayor's office, salaries and wages, moving on to litigation expenses, township attorney, Township attorney, other expenses, the business administrator salaries and wages, IT, salaries and wages and other expenses. We're going to request a revisit to fire department, other expenses, because we had already voted on that. Utility, other expenses, and then I have a debt service presentation that I would like to make. Council President, if you want me to go out of order and do debt service first, or just leave it to the end, that's up to you.
Yes, let's leave it to the end if you don't mind. It's
Not a problem.
it's a bit of bad news and good news, and I don't want it to be a downer for everybody, so we'll just leave it towards the end.
Sure. Okay, and then the proposed agenda for next meeting is, obviously, if something doesn't get tackled tonight, we'll move it to the next meeting, but hopefully we're in the position to finalize the budget amendment and sort of look at the final tax rate numbers. Okay, going back to the budget here. Present mode. We are going to go to page 15 on the budget document. Mayor's office. So this is salaries and wages. So we are proposing a salary and wage. Okay.
So, Council President, if I may, so the mayor has made a recommendation. She was hasn't asked for tonight, and she apologized for not being here tonight. She has a death in the family, so she cannot be in attendance. So she sends her regrets. But with regards to the person who was in their office as a keyboarding clerk one, she's actually more than a keyboarding clerk one. She's a secretary to the mayor, which is an unclassified position in the civil service world. For those who remember, the mayor's office had a stalwart in there for a very long time, and she retired back in, I think it's December 23. And we were able to finally hire somebody last year in an entry-level clerk's position. However, this position is actually a confidential position, and it's more than just an entry clerk level position, dealing with legal and other matters that are by the office of the mayor. Not only that, this person has taken on more responsibilities, not only just as a secretary, but also administering the website. So we are making, and the mayor is making the request to promote this person to this position that's equal to some of the administrative clerks, such as the police department, the fire department, the clerk's office, well, not clerk's office, sorry, the health department, and others. And this would be in the same realm, same pay, but it would be at a lower step, obviously, because she's entry, more of a new person at the level. And again, this is an unclassified position, but we would like to take that for consideration. And the salary that we're looking for will be step 3 of the salary guide from 1/1/25 in the amount of $65,264. And that's for your consideration.
So what we have on the budget is,
The keyboarding clerk
Right.
one position, which is not a confidential position. We're trying to make that into something that's confidential for the position of the office itself. We had a hard time trying to locate somebody last year, and the person who came and stepped in, she's done an admirable job for the last year. She has fulfilled the 1 year probationary period successfully and has done a fantastic job. And in this position would be effective after January or June of this year. So it would not be for the full year salary. The salary is for $67,000, but it would be less than that. We'd have to figure that out for now with Mr. Detiniak. So it wouldn't be the full amount for $67,000, but it is, or let's say $65,000. It would be prorated to her anniversary in June.
so I'm unfamiliar with the use of the word confidential in this context. Could you tell me what that means in this
So
context?
confidential employee is one that is bound by whatever is going on in that particular office. They have they cannot be able to provide that to the general public if there's something of a matter, say a legal matter or of that nature within the mayor's office or any other office. You know, like the police, the chief of police, the administrative clerk in there is a confidential employee. There's things in the police department. Same thing with the fire department, the health department. We have to deal with vital statistics. This is somebody that is trusted, been vetted to handle sensitive material, and we understand that they have the ability to keep that in that vein without being able to provide it outside to other people. And they're basically a person that they could be relied on to handle personal matters or confidential matters and personnel matters, depending on there's one in the administrative office as well. And this is the role. They're limited. There's only so many that could be per department. There isn't one in the mayor's office right now. There's only one person per department, and we're set by that. So at the most we could have in the township right now would be 9 total. And I believe we have a total of about 8 right now. So we're asking for this request.
So just, I want to just make sure that as we're talking, we have the numbers that you were suggesting, but I didn't write them down. Could you just give me the numbers again in terms of the step and the total salary?
This employee is currently earning $47,000 a year, and the proposal would be to, I'm sorry, I have it. It is 65.
264.
65,264, which would be prorated to June. So it would be 6 months. I don't have the exact date in June, but it was sometime in June. It could be potentially for July 1st for 6 months. So the differential between the 47 and 65 for the last 6 months of this year.
So the employee joined a little bit more than a year and a half ago and is now at step 4 of that level.
She
Correct.
is at step 3 of that level of the same step 3. I'm sorry, no.
No, she's step 4.
Step
Keyboard and
4,
clerk
yeah, she's
one.
at step 4 of the clerk level, yes. And we're looking to hire, promote her to step 3 of the admin would be equivalent to the admin clerk level.
So the request is for $10,650 for the 2025.
Council President.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I just wanted to step in because I've done some work with through the PRC in the downtown with this, and again, we're gonna not use names with this position. And the skill set that this person has for this position is very good, very good. I was surprised that she came in at this level, especially when her predecessor left and all that she does in that office. And so I'm okay with this. I see what gets done and what the initiative she takes on her own to go above and beyond for our residents. And I just recommend for my colleagues, if you don't feel that way, you need to probably speak with the mayor or talk to, Mr. Smiraldo could elaborate a little bit more, but she does a lot.
And she's not an
A
agent.
lot than just answering the phone.
Hold on a second. That's 4.
I apologize.
Yeah. Which I'm glad because that office needs that kind of organizational skills and computer skills and communication skills. So I'm satisfied with being able to fill the mayor's request on this.
Is everyone else?
What is step 2?
Of the new position
No.
or the proposed new position?
Yes, you're saying that
Step 2 is 59,331. Just so we understand too, this, and I meant to say that before, I didn't mean to step on you, Councilwoman, is
That's
this
okay.
person is also, while the position is a 35-hour a week position, 8:30 to 4:30, she rarely works that. She does work a lot more hours now, nights, weekends, and
Yeah.
whatever is requested of her. She never says no.
And never
and-
complains.
And no, she does not. She does a fantastic job, and we're here to present that because we support her because she is doing a fantastic job.
Well, I'll speak in this very difficult economic and fiscal environment that I don't feel comfortable as we are cutting across the board of various budgets on giving such a substantial increase in promotion this year. I would be more comfortable if the proposed promotion and significant increase in compensation was presented as part of the overall budget next year.
I would agree. We really need to get this budget under control this year, but we should definitely think about it next year and put it in next year's budget.
I don't know whether we move to consent or we move to a vote. Sounds like we have a difference in agreement, so.
Yeah, I mean, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
I know Councilwoman was looking at a lower step for maybe this year. Does that satisfy Councilwoman Rudin?
I'm really not sure because I'm a little confused about what this confidential position is, because it seems to me that the confidential position is just allowing more secrets being kept from the council. We don't get answers when we ask specific questions. So I'm not really sure what is confidential.
So-
Confidential only to within the administration, or does that extend to confidentiality shared with the council?
So the confidential is that it's the position of the person.
Yeah.
This person is not permitted to speak to anybody other than go through the mayor. She's the one who takes in the phone calls. She takes and does the work on behalf of the mayor, which is within the mayor's office. So the mayor has to have somebody, or the department head has to have somebody in there that they can trust to get the work done and to be able to present that work at the time. It's that person themselves is not hiding, releasing, or anything else. This is not about whether it's a trust to somebody else. It's just a matter that it's a trust to the mayor, between the mayor and the person sitting in the position, or whether it be the police chief. It'd be the same as if the police chief, you're not going to get information from the police chief secretary
Yeah.
just because you call up the police chief. You know, the police chief is the one who has to be responsible for letting everything out. This is just somebody doing the work on behalf of that person that department head, in this case would be the mayor, can trust. That's what that's about.
Councilwoman Rudin? You're good, okay.
Thank
Ms.
you,
Bennett.
thank you, Council President. So just as a point of information for everyone, the state of New Jersey defines confidential employee by statute. And it says confidential employee is an employee whose functional responsibilities or knowledge related to collective negotiations make their membership in an employee organization inappropriate. This status is granted to employees who, for example, have access to confidential information regarding labor negotiations, salary data, or the development of the management's positions in collective bargaining, thereby preventing them from being included in a standard employee negotiating unit. I just share that with all of you because there is a statutory definition. And then I did also want to share that one of the recommendations of the Citizen Budget Advisory Board that you can find on the preliminary report on page 8 states further recommendations for fiscal year 2025. I think you all know this at this point, but 1, compensation. Implement a hiring freeze and delay in any promotions or pay raises except those necessary for health and public safety through at least the end of 2025. This was not presented to the Citizen Budget Advisory Board, so I can't share the opinion of the entire board, but what I can tell you is I think it's possible to make sure that this employee is a confidential employee, but still maintain the recommendations of the CBAB at least through this year. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
So, and thank you for the definition, because I was going to elaborate. So usually with a confidential employee, or not usually, they would not be in the union. So she would, that person would need to know for that recommendation that they will be coming out and lose protections of the union and just be on the regular
Under civil
salary.
service.
Under civil
It's under
service,
service
yeah.
title, correct.
Okay.
Which is the same for all the other confidential employees that we.
Yes, and just to share with my colleagues, I mean, even when I was on the school board, there was various positions, the BA secretary, these superintendents, administrative assistant, they're all confidential employees. So this isn't anything unusual. So that's why I'm not rattled by this. But again, for the rest of this year, this would go into effect next year? Or you wanted it as of this year?
We were asking it
1st?
would be in effect for
This year of June
this year,
1st.
yeah, June or July 1st, would be July 1st. So when we're asking.
I mean,
mainly-
I wish it was in the original package, so
Yes.
it would have been introduced sooner in the year.
Mhm.
And I see where the pushback is because it's the end of the year. I just know the work that's coming out of that office and I'm fine with it, but obviously, it doesn't have the support. It doesn't have the support, but I think I think you should think about it because I don't want to lose the employee either. She's very good in that position and is working way above the original job description.
Do we want to entertain a motion?
I'd just like to just have one further comment. I think that this employee's salary should be adjusted. I don't think that this is the time right now because we're getting this at the 11th hour, a big
Yeah.
increase that's going forward, but this employee should come back next year. And hopefully we're going to be done with this and we're going to start again very soon. And I would definitely entertain that when it comes to us at an earlier date.
So what do you want to do? We want to do a motion or we want to just,
Not support. I don't think an motion's necessary to.
okay. All right. Anything else on the mayor's budget? At least on the salary and wage side?
At this time, no.
Do we have consent? On page 15,
Consent.
Consent.
consent. Page 16, Mr. Detiniak? Is that the next,
No.
or have we already hit that?
No, I forgot to do something. I forgot to talk about where we're at right now.
Oh, yes.
So the original proposed budget had the increase on the average home, not including the library. I won't include the library right now, but the average increase was $243.31. We introduced, after a series of budget hearings, we introduced at $80.83 on the average home. And then through the proposed amendments that we're going to come up with, we're now at $53.82 on the average home. For the municipal.
What percent?
You're like 1 point something percent. Let me see, 1.33%. The library is up 11.69% or $18.21. The school is up 2.7% or $263.27 on the average home. And then the county open space is up 11.77% or $8.29 on the average home. And the county tax is up 2.62% or $45.17 in the average home.
What's the total dollar amount that we've cut?
Just in the amendments, you're at 439,000. That's just the amendments. So after we introduced, so cut some serious money. Let me go back to the document. So we are going to move to page, sorry, go into present mode. We are going to litigation expenses, page 19.
Before we go there, Mr. Detiniak, I think there might be people who are listening in about why it is that we would exclude the other, I guess, I don't know whether you include the township open space tax and the library, but perhaps to explain.
Sure.
I think I know, but perhaps you're.
Yeah, so, we said that we were going to keep open space flat because obviously the revaluation sort of skews that formula and would dramatically increase the open space levy. We're not going to do that this year. So we're keeping open space levy flat. The library levy is set by the state of New Jersey. They have a third of the mill calculation based on the net valuation taxable of the community. So as the community increases in value, the amount that goes to the library through statute increases as well. So we have a minimum funding for the library that we have to provide them. That's the library levy. Anything over gets approved by the council. So
And just to play devil's advocate,
Mhm.
when we don't include the library, and it's understandable because we do not have control over their budget.
right,
What actually happens is that we leave out a significant
sure,
minority portion of the total tax that you would pay for the West Orange related
right.
taxes.
Right. And that's $18.21. I mean, really, you got to look at it in total because we send one tax bill out and the residents get one tax bill. And, you know, we can sit up here and say, well, we didn't do it, we didn't set the school levy, but, you know, ultimately we're all in it together and we get yelled at because we collect the taxes. So, but we've done a pretty good job, I think, from where we started to where we're at today. Cutting what we can cut, and that's the local tax piece. So that's what I was talking about with the $53.82. That's what we can actually impact with these hearings and with CBAB doing their work and all that. So
I just wanted to throw that out in case the other council members wanted to take a particular tack about how we communicate these changes in the budget. So I just wanted to throw that out there. We don't have to decide today, but if you think it's better or more appropriate for the taxpayers, if they know that the numbers include the library, maybe we'll just try to do it either both ways or consistently one way. But anyway, it's just, I just wanted to throw this out. So please, let's go on to page 19, please.
So page 19 is litigation expenses. The ask is for $629,045.36. And
Okay.
somebody's
So I appreciate that Mr. Detiniak met with me before the meeting and we went over some of the numbers of what actually has been spent. Unfortunately, our general litigation is kind of lumping a lot of different things in. And a lot of this expense is litigation caused by the mayor suing the council. So we have already exceeded the recommended amount of 272,000, and we spent closer to 325,000. So that's just the reality. We found that there are many areas in here that can be cut. So I'm suggesting a total cut of $126,045.36. That would bring the general litigation, which we have already spent 325,000, and cap it at 425, which is quite a lot. And maybe my council colleagues would like to take a stab at even reducing that even further, but I wanted to leave a little bit of cushion in there because so many different lawyers are covered under there. As far as tax appeals, that is not in this budget anymore. So that is completely zeroed out. The $108,000 for labor matters, they have already spent 42,000. They have put in escrow another 72,000. It's not necessarily true that they will need that much. So that whole budget can be capped at 70,000. For litigation ABC matters, they have actually spent $1,020. Is that correct? For the ABC?
yeah, actual paid is
1,020.
1,020.
And we agreed to 8,000. Now, why do they need that much in this last quarter? Because maybe that can be cut a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry, no, 5,000.
5,000. Okay. Okay.
That's
So
what we paid.
okay. So we put in a cushion of 8,000. That brings us down $126,045.36, reducing that budget.
So I appreciate that you and Mr. Detiniak have done some work on this. I just wondered if we could go through each line item on this so that we get a better idea in terms of what is in the budget that everybody is seeing. And then you're throwing out a lot of words, a lot of numbers, and just so we can see in each line item how this is progressing and it's just a little bit, it's a bit challenging to me
Right.
to
So
keep hearing.
That's,
So
I just did, for general litigation, the total would be 425,000 that we would be authorizing, because they have already spent 325,000 this year. So
that
that
just way blew out the litigation general,
Wait,
right?
Yes.
Okay.
Just way over what the budget should be. And again, I'm attributing that to a mayoral.
Well, does that
council.
include, does that?
Hold on, just one at a time. Just raise your hand, please. Councilwoman.
So the attorneys in there, that include Genova's bill too?
Yes. Yes.
And
If
that's
we-
got to be up over 100 grand.
That is very close to that, 95.
Yeah.
But these are expenses that we did not need to have. So, that has raised our budget significantly. And just to remind the public that the mayor has sued the town council because she has requested the right to maintain her attorney, Richard Trank, even though the prior council did not approve his contract. And that's what we, the taxpayers, have paid over $100,000, I would say closer to $120,000 this year, just in litigation, wasting taxpayers' money. Okay, so the next line item, did you want me to go through that?
Yes,
again?
please. Tax appeals?
Tax appeals, that has been
Excuse me,
zeroed out.
I just want to add something to general litigation.
Okay.
So just so we understand that right now, the rent leveling board, we did not allocate money from the past because we haven't had many applications. This year, we've just received 2. And one of them is going to be quite significant. And it's going to be for a capital improvement project that they're asking to raise the rent on a large apartment complex. I'm not going to get into the details of that matter, but there may be a possibility that's going to be heard this year. And the fact that it's 100 and I think it's 160 units or more in this property, it could become a long request or hearing. It may be on multiple nights. So I just want you to take that into account, that we may need some additional funds that we weren't anticipating, but now all of a sudden we have 2 applications that may be coming in front of the board. We haven't had an application in 4 or 5 years, and now also we have 2 that are up and coming. So I would just caution you that, we may need, when you're deciding on your cuts, we may need some additional funding for that. So just that you're not blindsided, that's all.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilwoman.
So I don't want to go past general litigation yet because I have a question. So
Yeah,
You're okay? Okay.
You're stuck on general litigation.
Okay, so we're not in litigation yet, but every other week I open up, we're going to be getting sued by developers in this town. So is that factored into this $100,000 too,
I don't.
for the affordable housing?
No, that's not in the general litigation.
Would that be at a separate spot?
Yeah.
Mr. Smart?
Yeah, right now, the litigation, I don't know what the amounts are gonna be for litigation. All I know is that what we're paying for the affordable housing process is either through the offices of Ms. McGovern, who represents the planning board, and we also have our affordable housing planner but that's a separate contract. That has nothing to do with the litigation. I could let Mr. Detiniak opine on that more, but
Okay.
So, yeah, it would get charged here. I mean, our attorney would presumably handle the case, and then if they had to farm it out to someone else, it still would get charged here. So I don't know what those expenses are going to be. I haven't had a conversation with our attorney about any projections on, what these individual. I also don't know who the attorney is going to be for the end of the year. So I caution that, and I think we had a conversation where I said, I don't know what the next person is going to charge if there isn't a new person, so.
And
Councilwoman.
and that was my next set of questions. So We have a case with the mayor and the council that is not settled. And we have the current attorney handling X cases. And if a new person comes in, obviously just what you stated, we don't know what those charges are going to be. So, and we're looking to budget 100,000 additional.
Yeah, so I think Councilwoman Ruden's ask was to bring litigation general up to 425, right? 425,000. So, an increase in the litigation for general, reducing the tax appeal, reducing the labor matters, reducing the ABC, but bringing up the general. Yeah.
But for the affordable housing cases, obviously, whoever is the attorney doesn't, it's not, because there's always an assumption that person's getting paid the whatever, 42,000 for the year. That's not the case.
Right.
It gets charged extra money to represent the township and would go in the
So I
category here.
mean, I would say, I don't know what the next attorney's contract is going to look like. If it's going to be, a flat fee that includes, ABC, not ABC, XYZ, I'll say, leave off ABC, but
Got it.
I don't know if it's going to be a flat fee or if it's just going to be, well, I'll charge you $200 per hour for whatever I need to do for you. So I don't know. That's the unknown. Again, it would be great to say it's $10,000 a month and they're going to handle all the litigation unless, they have a conflict or they just don't have the specialty. But I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know if anybody here knows what that's going to look like with the new contract, but you're right. There could be additional fees for expenses for these cases.
For the
If they ever go to,
Just one time.
yeah.
Okay, but the good news is that the labor matters, which you budgeted 348 for, you only spent 42,000 so far this year.
Yeah, I feel pretty comfortable in reducing that because we spent a lot of money when we were going through the contract negotiations with all the unions. And now that that's settled,
Yeah.
those fees should normalize, those expenses should normalize. Right now we're just getting sort of contract language ironed out and incorporating the MOUs and all that. So, there's not much. I'll say there's always going to be work for the labor attorneys, but it's not as extensive as it was last year. So I think we'll be okay. We have a pretty big encumbrance right now, blanket for the attorney, excuse me. And we're in September now, and we're definitely not going to spend that whole thing.
So I'm thinking, Councilwoman, going back to this category, general litigation,
Mhm.
because I'm not optimistic we're going to be settling anytime soon, which is severely unfortunate. That we go higher on that line item because we are having savings. I don't want to go over what we have on the bottom number, but we do have some room there. I know you're looking to save and
Yes.
but I think we have to be realistic. And we have a lot of litigation in our future. And I think you need to at least increase it another 25 to 50.
Bringing us,
What'd you say, 4.25?
bringing us down to 100,000, say a savings of 100,000?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want him scrambling, meaning the CFO, figure out how he's gonna plug these holes, because
My,
it's been
my
unfortunate but this should be done. How much is to go to mediation? Is that like $500? Or would that fall under general litigation?
I wouldn't know. I'm sure mediation, you're probably looking at like $50,000 to $100,000, I would think.
For a mediation session?
No,
It's not going to be one session. They're going to want a retainer and then they're going to charge per hour.
This
And
is so ridiculous.
this is,
Okay.
this is
How to
this is
retire
not bound by the,
I know, I put you in a spot. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't even talk about it. I wouldn't even
just-
say that you think it may not be settled soon. I would just not say anything about this.
Okay,
This is
I'm more optimistic.
ongoing, and I don't think your attorney would say,
all right, but we're
"Oh,
talking,
tell everybody leaning the other way."
no, I know, but again, we're talking money here, so I don't want to be, we have other items as well, because we have a lot of messes going on right now. We gotta be prepared.
I would say, when we go to mediation for the labor attorneys, it's 6 figures with the unions. Now I know it's not as much prep work and there's not all the financial analysis, but I pay 25,000, I want to say 50,000,
Okay. I would
We-
definitely raise this another at least 25,000, because we have other items out there. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we're prepared.
So just to summarize, you think we should put back $25,000 into the general litigation budget just because of what might?
We have a
come
lot
out
going,
of
yes.
the- Okay.
I don't want to, but I think we have to be realistic.
So I know Ms. Bennett had her hand up, but I also heard comments from the other councilwomen. So do either of you want to follow up with?
Yes,
at this point?
I just
Please.
wanted to put an exclamation point on this, that all of the lawsuits that we're looking at are being caused by the mayor who who has not handed in the affordable housing plan. It's still late, and now we have been ushered to two builders remedy lawsuits. Have we received a third and a fourth already?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So this litigation is really the responsibility, and the cost to the taxpayers is really the responsibility of the mayor. So I think it's very unfortunate. I just wanted to add that comment, that we have to add more money back in because the mayor did not protect us from builders remedy lawsuits.
Thank you, Councilwoman Scarpa. Did you have anything else to?
No.
Ms. Bennett.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to point out that Mr. Deteniak is saying that he can manage. It is September through December that you're talking about for this budget, and you should effort to be as lean as possible. So if there's a number that's lower than what is proposed, and he's saying that he can work within the confines of that number, I think you should trust him in that regard.
Council President?
Yes, did you want to say?
Yes.
Okay, just raise your hand.
Okay, Mr. Deteniak, we had talked about lowering it 126. I understand Councilwoman Castellino is concerned that we might not have enough because we're looking at affordable housing lawsuits. Are you comfortable with 126?
I mean, when you bring up, I'll work with whatever you guys give me, but going back to the lawsuit, if you don't settle your lawsuit and you continue to pile up bills on both sides, well, we're not going to have a lot of money left over. If we have to defend the builder's remedies in the next couple months, which I don't think we do, we're not going to have much left over. So it's hard to say. We will work with what we have, and if we get a bill and we don't have available money, we will come back to the council and ask for an emergency appropriation, and we'll handle it. If I had a crystal ball, I would have picked the Powerball ticket number and never came back.
Still
so I don't
time.
know. Yeah, this is true.
Department.
I think, at least from the perspective of labor, if we go back to labor matter, I feel comfortable with that cut. We
Yeah,
will
me
be
too.
okay there. The general, when again, the variables are, I don't know who the new attorney is going to be and if there is a new attorney, I should say, and what their fee structure is going to be and what that contract's going to look like. I'm not really sure. The other is that, I don't know if the ongoing litigation is going to end or if it's going to continue. And I don't know what we're going to have to do with the builder's remedies in the next few months, beyond, just having our own in-house attorney, responding to it. I don't know. So
So you throw out emergency appropriation. There's a downside to emergency appropriation.
Mhm.
You can't just, if you're sitting at home and you're hearing, oh yeah, we'll just do an emergency appropriation. But there's a downside. We
Yes.
basically pay for it twice, whatever the cost is. We wind up paying it twice because we'll pay it this year and then we got to get it back next year.
Right, so we'll pay the money and then we will ask the taxpayers for it in the tax bill for next year. So, we're fronting the money essentially, but we'll be okay, from a cash flow perspective, but again, it's deferred. It's a deferred charge, so it's deferred to next year.
Well, what do you want to do?
Well, my concern is that by allocating more money, we are essentially giving the mayor permission to continue suing the council. And I think that we all want this over. So I would not be in favor of granting more money at this time.
I would agree.
So I think the mayor is going to do what the mayor's going to do. She is totally not interested in the numbers here. She's going to do what she's going to do. We, as a council, have the responsibility that perhaps she doesn't feel she has to safeguard with prudence what we're spending, what we're not spending. So if we think that we should take a step that better benefits the taxpayers out of additional prudence, I'm fine with that. But I'm not going to worry about whether paying for these attorneys is going to encourage her to spend more money in litigation. It's just, I don't think that's what's driving this.
No, I just, again, we have some unknowns where we are saving money and making a cut on the labor matters. So again, I'm going to stick with my original recommendation, just so that move the money to that line item and let's call it a day.
Yeah, because if we don't spend it all, then it comes back into the general
Yes.
surplus and we don't really lose it. Whereas it's a little bit harder hit on taxpayers if we
Yes.
underestimate and then have to go into an emergency appropriation. I would like to stay away from those as much as
We're
possible.
all hoping and listen, I know this has been tough and I know there's been a lot of ill feelings with the mayor. But the mayor doesn't want to spend this money either. So to make all those comments too, I am gonna make that statement. And this whole thing has been unfortunate. It's been frustrating. Everyone, we need to get this done and over. But the reality is we do have a lot of messes right now and it's extremely unfortunate. And I echo Council President's sentiments. We council's here to be prepared. I think we need to be prepared. So I'm going to stick with my recommendation for the 25 on what you recommended.
So I think, yes, please. go
I
ahead.
just want to ask, there are a lot of different attorneys who were lumped into this
Yeah.
category.
Mhm.
Are we paid up to date with each of these attorneys?
Probably not. Our process is that all attorney bills will go to our director of law, the law department, and they're reviewed. And sometimes they're kicked back to the attorneys because, there are things on there that, they're questioning or especially.
Thank you.
So I'm sure that we are not all paid up with our attorneys because that's the process. Goes to the law department first, then it comes back after it's been reviewed to the AP office and then it's paid. So I know we have bills that are with the law department right now.
So when we talk about the number 325, that's the amount that has been encumbered, correct? Not the amount that has been spent.
It's paid and encumbered.
Okay, so how much of that is
encumbered is 72,000 and paid actual checks out the door is 252,000.
So given the fact that 72,000 of that is encumbered, does that, but that might not be spent. And that 72,000, I believe, was for the labor matters.
No, there's a separate 72,000 for
Okay.
labor matters for two attorneys. The 72,000 in litigation general is made up of a bunch of different attorneys.
Okay.
Some of it is the non-escrow, planning board work. Planning board work. Yeah, rent leveling, is on there. Special counsel.
Non-escrow planning board is in there.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So why is that lumped there? Because it's not litigation.
It always has been.
Well, can we lump it out and so we could see it?
Well,
Because I like to see it.
Mhm.
if we take it out of here, we have to increase the planning board OE then.
That's how
Well,
it should
that's what it
be.
should be.
It should be. Mhm. We need to see what they're spending.
Remember, we had a whole, well, not for your sake, but we had a whole conversation with
This is
those
part of the-
resolutions on how we want this tracked.
Mhm.
If it stays in that line item, we're not able to see it and track it,
Well, we're tracking it by vendor.
but we're not
No,
seeing it.
We
So
want to see it on the statement, how much they're actually spending. Where the money's going.
It really should be under the planning board then. It's not a litigation. It's not
Mhm.
litigation, it's escrow.
And also for zoning,
Mhm.
it's also in
Yeah.
here.
I mean, I know that's not on you. I'm not sure if that's coming out of the law department, but you're the CFO, so I don't know how this works. If you need a category, again, I'm a little disappointed that law department would lump it in litigation when it's not litigation.
I guess because the way we're set up is that the law department reviews every bill.
Got it.
That's why they kept everything within that cost center. Because again, whoever the attorney, I won't say.
The full-time planner should be reviewing all those escrow bills.
Mhm. Exactly.
Sorry, had to jump at it. I apologize, Council President.
It's internally, any attorney reports up to the law director, I think it's just called. And that's just the way it's been. And I guess that's why, again, they would put it there. So that would have to be a conversation with the BA and the mayor about, again, if you want it to be in a different place and you want the attorney to review things different, maybe we'd have to talk about it.
So let me just finish
Sure,
my comment.
sure.
So again, so we're here making amendments for all the other stuff. Whoever reviews what is up to administration. We're just here when it comes to the budget. So we're in our purview to pull something out of that category and put it in the planning board category. I'm making that motion.
That's right, and I'm seconding it.
Okay, so just before.
It's up to administration who reviews it.
That's their problem.
Before we do this, I just want to make sure we're all talking about the same thing. Because one of the things I thought when this first came up was that you would just pull the money out of general and have a separate line item, another, like 07080, and it would be for that category. Is that not what you're talking about?
Well, they're not a law firm. This is what I don't understand, why that escrow money for the planner, the planning company.
No.
No.
This is for the planning board attorney.
Oh, I thought
Yeah.
you meant the.
No.
Escrow,
I'm sorry. This, for Savo and Shock. So
Okay, so my apologies. I
Yeah.
thought you were talking about the planning consultants fees. That's where I was totally.
yeah, this is for work that they do where we can't collect an escrow. So residential work essentially.
So did I ask the right question? Is there a problem with pulling that money out and put it on a separate line item within this general budget?
Yes, we still have planning.
Again, if that's what-
litigation.
if that's what you, I mean, it really should be called law department or.
We want to see what planning is doing.
It should be legal matters. And each of these should have a separate line item. We have Willenton here, Antonelli, Suter, Savo, McGovern, Mayor, Trank, and Genova Burns. Each of them should have a
Yeah.
separate so that we can see. But I
Exactly.
do think also that the planning and zoning as we discussed in our last
Yeah.
council meeting,
Mhm.
they need to be under planning and zoning. Because we're not even sure who's assigning Ms. McGovern work or Mr. Werner work. That's just being assigned. The council doesn't have any information on that.
So the,
And that's coming out of those general budgets that we asked to break down last council meeting. So I just want to say something, since we have 72,000 encumbered, that's not spent, not
I know.
promised, nothing. And on top of that, giving an extra $100,000, that's 172, and we're only talking about September, October, November, and December, 3.5 months basically, because December is, over on the 15th. Nobody's suing us after that.
Well, just perhaps to clarify, the $72,000 encumbrance is going to be spent. It's not spent now, but we have some,
Paid out.
we have some documentation that says we've got a bill coming and that's why we encumber.
That's,
so, Council President, in the beginning of the year, our AP department creates what we call blanket purchase orders, to lock up funds for these different professionals. And we do it for a lot of different vendors, from the professionals to, auto parts to body shops and all that. So, we may not end up spending, that full 72,000, but we try to put in an amount there similar to last year. There's we look at historical, what do we spend for, Antonelli Cantor, and we put a PO in. So it's not that like the 72,000 are all supported by invoices. So if we have, let's say 50,000 for, I'll use Antonelli again. We have a $50,000 blanket for Antonelli. If they send us a bill for 5,000, we draw down against the 50,000. If at the end of the year, there's $45,000 left over, we cancel out the blanket, and the money goes back in free and clear to the budget. So it wouldn't be encumbered anymore. So.
Okay, so I missed a little bit.
so given that there's substantially more money, I mean, even if there's only $25,000 that has not already been spent, that's already there. So that's why I want to go back to my original motion, because I think that builds in that cushion that you were looking for.
You're comfortable with that motion then?
If we run out of money, I'll come back to you and say that we're out of money. We'll either try to do a transfer. If a transfer is not possible, we'll do a deferred charge, and then we'll know better for next year. It won't be the end of the world.
So what we have on,
All right, I'll back down and I'll.
So I'd like to make a motion.
okay, before you make the motion, can you just explain what the number is and where
Yes.
it's coming from? That way you don't have to explain it in the
Well,
motion. So you got a $72,000 encumbrance, and
Yes,
then you had
$100,000 added to the general litigation.
That goes to 425 now, right?
Yes, and then labor matters goes to 70,000. And ABC matters goes to 8,000 because they've spent 5,000 already. And I'm not sure, Madam Clerk, if we have another ABC matter this year?
Not that I'm aware of right now.
Okay, so that-
Couple of transfers, but that's.
Yeah, so that's a little pad right there.
And tax appeals cancels itself out.
Right.
So,
That's been moved.
okay, so hopefully you can make a motion in a much shorter manner, maybe just give the actual number or. Madam Clerk, can you just pull the? thank you.
Sure, sorry. Mr. Titiniak, do we have to do separate motions because some are being increased, some are being decreased?
Need 4 votes for the increase.
Right,
So then
Yeah.
that's what we'll do.
okay. Just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Good point.
So now we have to go line by line.
Yeah.
Okay. I make a motion to increase line 060 litigation general to 425.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Oh,
Madam Clerk?
Okay. Second. Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Kukoviac.
Yes,
The
and
motion.
just so everybody who's following at home, to increase budget item, we need to have 4 votes. So that just passed.
Correct. Yes, the motion carries.
So that's, I guess you did the math on that.
01061. Do we need to make a motion since that's already been zeroed out?
Yeah, zero it out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
We need to go through a process to make a motion for that?
No, because you have the credit.
Was this the way it was presented at the very beginning, or this is a new change?
Well, we're taking the 108,000 and zeroing it out.
Well, then, yeah, I think we should
But-
make a motion for that.
The question, on the bottom, it's 07, line 070, funded by reserve for tax appeals, which gives
That-
you the 100.
That comes out too. Yeah.
So they're both lines are coming out.
Mhm.
Got it.
We do that one.
I make a motion to remove the 108,000 from 061 litigation tax appeals, to zero it out.
Second.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
I make a motion to decrease the 062 litigation labor matters from a recommended budget of 348,134.16 to 70,000.
Second.
Okay.
Doing the math.
Any further discussion?
Is there, no one seconded it.
I seconded.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Sorry about
Is
that.
any further discussion?
Doing math over here. No,
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries. Okay,
I make a motion to increase litigation ABC matters 063 budget line from $45 to $8,000.
Second.
Any further discussion? 8,000 was the number, right? I thought we were bouncing between 8 and 5, but it's 8.
They've already spent 5
Okay,
and we're
sorry.
we're
Okay, just wanted to
bringing it up
clarify.
to 8,000. So we need 4 votes.
okay. Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right.
Okay. So we just cut $126,045.36.
And now we need consent on page 19.
Hey, what did you get? 125, 355, 40?
126, $45.36.
Okay, is there consent on this page?
Consent.
19?
That.
Thank you.
Consent.
I did the math. I don't know why. we're not
Did-
different.
Is my math wrong?
Well, I gotta ask Mr. Tiniak. I got 125, 355, 40. But his math would be the math we go with. What was your math, Mr. Tiniak on that? I try to use the numbers on this page. 425 minus 272, 866.2. It's 152. Oh, no. I did that one.
Yeah, it's a cut of 126,045.36.
Okay. Okay, look, that's enough.
Next page 22, Mr. Teniak?
Yes.
Okay, we are moving on to page 22. The ask was for $81,000. This is for township attorney salaries and wages.
Seems to me we can cut a substantial portion of the open position.
Mhm.
It's September and we don't have one.
We just cut the whole thing and deal with it in January.
Well, that's another question. Where
I think we
is, when
need-
we had, oh, I'm sorry.
Please.
Councilman Moore, you
I'm
done?
finishing.
So right now, for Mr. Berkman, he's here. Where does that money come out of? What cap?
Oh, he's charged to the other expenses, the litigation general. He's under special counsel.
So he's there.
Yeah. Yeah, this is for salaried.
See, it's not litigation, so I don't understand why that's categorized in litigation.
I guess they really should have just written it as legal expenses.
Can we
So-
change that? Going forward?
Yeah. Call legal expenses. But that's where Mr. Burke, who sits in at the meetings, he's charged there as special counsel.
It's also causing.
And just to make a point, this is no different from when we did the IT department and asked for certain breakdowns or the other department. So, this isn't picking on anything. It's just certain things should be in the proper categories. So that's all. That's all. I don't want to create controversy here. It's that simple.
Agreed.
It's what we need to do our job.
Okay, so the ask is, okay, so your recommendation, Council President, or who made the recommend to take out the 38.5?
Well, the problem is, I'm optimistic. I'm hoping for a settlement soon. And if we do get the settlement, then we will get the new town attorney, and that new town attorney will appoint the assistant town attorney with advice and consent and discussion, consideration with the mayor. But we've got a laundry list a mile long of all of this different legal related stuff that we need to get to. So we're in the same situation where we don't know whether we'll need to use all of this.
Well, let's just leave enough for the fourth quarter, which is 3 months.
Yeah, I could live with that.
Yeah.
25% of this, 3 months.
Yeah, that's what it would, that would be like the maximum. So yeah, if you want to divide that by 4, it's basically, if you want to leave in 10,000, that would cover roughly
Yeah, that's good.
the last 3 months of the
Mhm.
year. Does that sound like a plan?
I have a question.
80%.
Mr. Detiniak, would it be coming out of this budget or would it be coming out of the litigation budget?
So the way it's been done in the past is you have an employee. So these are employees. And they get paid a salary biweekly, and then you have the separate professional services contract. So if you stuck to that same formula, you would have your new attorney be the attorney, and then presumably you're appointing a assistant township attorney, which I don't, Madam Clerk, or Karen, so formal. I don't know when you last had an assistant township attorney. It was a few years ago, right? Where you actually had,
Days are retired.
yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Nobody says you have to do it.
Well, again, if they come in, we're going to need to have a budget item, line item, right?
Or you just give them a professional services contract, you'd be done with it. You don't have.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Because I don't really like the idea of having, oh, sorry. I don't really like the idea of having an assistant attorney. I think we only had it because of all the conflicts. I would like to see our attorney be sitting there and answering our questions, because whenever there's an assistant attorney in that seat, they usually can't answer any of the questions and it's a waste of time and money. So I would rather just have our attorney in there and forget this assistant attorney position. And then if we do need, to fund whatever happens, we can do it with a professional services contract.
Ms. Bennett?
Council President, I suggest you just reduce the budget to $20,000, the $20,250, which is exactly 1/4, and separate it between the two positions. And have a legal department with employees in the legal department. Just knowing something about other townships and their legal department, it's important that you have a legal department with multiple attorneys in it, because there will be conflicts of interest within the legal department.
So, Ms. Bennett, what you're suggesting is not only to reduce the assistant township attorney, but also to reduce the line item for the township attorney.
Just as you all had suggested, reduce it to a 1/4 of the budget for 1/4 left of the year, so that you can then revisit this for 2026.
Well,
So we've got competing proposals.
Yeah.
And we need to figure out whether we want to do that or not.
The same proposal to me, to reduce it by, and leave 1/4 on the table.
I'm good with that.
yeah,
Oh, so now
Right.
you,
That
with that,
sounds
I
like
thought
it-
you wanted to get rid of that position. Okay.
Yeah,
Sounded
no.
like the same,
yeah, I said
Suggestion.
25%, yeah, which is 8,290.
right, so we're just,
Okay, who's done the math?
$20,250.
20.
removed.
No,
No, remaining.
20,000.
That's a
It's
lot.
82,600.
Bless you.
82,600.
Two positions. It's a
Oh, no, no.
quarter- 1/4 of
42.5 is already,
We're not-
we already have that position filled.
Okay, let's just
Sorry
hold
for
on for
my-
a second. Let's, Mr. Deziniak, you're Mr. Numbers. Can you do a quick 25%?
Well, you've already paid though the township attorney. That's,
Yeah,
That's
that's the
right.
problem. So,
My mistake.
my computer's froze. I can't.
You-
I want to see how much we paid him.
You
already.
want to leave
Hold on,
nine
just one at a
thousand.
time. Mr. Deziniak, please finish.
I'm-
82,6595.
Of course, this thing.
38,500 times 25% is
There we go.
82,6595.
All right, so what have we paid so far? We paid $31,221.72 already for our,
Who? The assistant.
to the attorney.
Township attorney,
Yeah,
31,000.
$221 because their salary.
The assistant or
No,
the?
No, the township attorney.
I thought we were just talking about the assistant, right?
No, I think what was requested or recommended was cutting the whole thing to 1/4, but we've already paid our
No,
attorney.
Yeah,
That's a problem with that,
'Cause-
but
because you
Um,
need, we can't be without an attorney for a day. Yeah, we can't, like the no person would come in and.
I don't think you heard me. I said it's my mistake. I made a mistake.
Can I make a recommendation? 38,005 divided by 4 is 9,625. So I think we just need to reduce the budget so that it is only 9,625. That leaves us 1/4 for an assistant town attorney.
Oh, I did it by
That
25%.
seems reasonable.
Right, and we're not going to change the town attorneys.
No.
No, because that's
Okay.
by contract.
Okay.
So.
Want to do this?
Yeah, that's what I said, that's 25%.
Okay, so
I'll make a
I don't know
motion.
that we need a motion, but for the assistant town attorney, there's a number that we want to reduce it to. So I
Mhm.
can't remember that number.
We want to reduce it
To 9,000.
reduce it to 9,625.
But just but here's the thing though. So what was charged, because in the beginning of this year, we had, who do we have? We had attorneys from Ms. Trank's office. So did that get charged to this line item already?
No,
Or that also
no,
got charged? So where did
so
it?
you went to the litigation line
That went to
you don't like.
legal.
Yeah, so these are employees. And I guess in the
Okay.
past, and I won't name names, but in the past, we've had,
Mr. Kaiser is the only one.
he was the assistant and Mr. Trank is the township attorney. He's a salaried employee. and he's
Okay.
paid bi-weekly. That's why I said we've already paid X amount of dollars through salary.
Okay.
But we have not paid anybody to be the assistant. So even when different attorneys came to the meetings, that's just part of the professional services contract with the firm, with Mr. Trank's firm. So.
Okay.
So, okay, so
Motion
I'd
for
like to make
96.
I'd like to make a motion to reduce the open position for Assistant Township Attorney to $9,625.
Second.
That's a savings of 28,875.
Is that line item 012?
Actually, we don't have a line item for that.
This is the salary and wages.
Here,
Oh,
on this page.
Department Code 1701.
22.
The cut is to base pay.
okay.
All right.
Mark down the right page and I'll take.
So we have a motion that's been seconded. Do we need any further discussion?
No.
Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes,
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Procopia.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Right.
Next page is 23. It's township attorney. Other expenses. Also including municipal prosecutor.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask, okay, it's a silly question.
Please.
So my silly question is, so all the past conversation we had was all to the litigation, what's being charged under legal services for 38,500? Because it didn't have anything in 2024.
And we haven't charged anything this
So
year.
why,
either.
so we haven't charged anything, we didn't pay anything out in 2024. So do we take out the 30, I make a motion to take out the
second.
38,500, like, do you need, like, is that, talk to me, do you need that in there or?
What is it?
I think it was really just like emergency funding. Probably for litigation is what they probably used it for.
Okay. Gone.
So
Let's go.
we haven't spent it through 8 months.
And we didn't spend any in 2024.
Right. The prosecutor, we do spend money on, just so I don't want to cut the prosecutor, but if you
What we
want to,
spent so far this year, it was 35,000 was spent in 2024.
we've spent $25,000.
25,000 so far
Mhm.
this year.
Yeah.
So we could cut something.
So we cut down to 35,000.
Just to let you know that part of the reason that the prosecutor wasn't in was that
Yeah.
with the timely passing of Judge Dowd, we didn't have all the cases going on. The current judge is now sitting there and she's handling both dockets in one
Mhm.
day. So you can anticipate, I would assume you're gonna anticipate the prosecutor is going to be, those two sessions I think it's every 2 weeks, is it?
I would leave the prosecutor alone.
Because I don't know how many more sessions they're doubling up on the sessions to catch up on everything from when the judge had passed.
Okay, so it's been 25,000 so far. It's budgeted for 43,561. And you're not comfortable at 35?
No.
Okay. All right.
Anybody else?
How about at 40?
I mean, I said to leave it, but it's your budget, so.
It's $3,500. Let's just do consent and move on.
Yeah, I could send.
Because who knows?
Got
Because we don't know,
30,000.
because we don't know.
Did we?
No, we can't do consent because we're
we have to
removing
take out the legal.
38,000.
Yeah, we have to,
Yeah.
we have to take that out.
Oh, you're
We
Can
didn't,
we?
Yeah.
Oh,
two separate
No.
items. You're right. You're right.
Oh, you know, yeah, Councilwoman Rudin second, my
Okay.
motion
I didn't hear
for the
that.
38,500.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
now we have to vote though. We didn't
Yeah.
vote.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes,
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Procopia.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay. All right, done with that page.
We didn't do consent.
Oh,
Is there consent for this page?
Consent.
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 Page 31.
You guys want to do a break before this one, or you just,
I think you want a break.
You want a break?
Well,
it's up to you guys.
We can do a 5-minute break.
Oh, it's up to the council president, I'm just saying.
Okay.
I just know
If
this,
everybody wants
this
to
one's
do it,
gonna,
5 minutes, strict, strict. I'm going to come get you at 4.5 minutes.
Mr. Fagan, are we off?
6:36.
Zoom audience, I'm going to be putting the microphones on mute. We are taking a short break. You can watch activity on the video output, but there will be no audio.
Position.
Welcome back, West Orange, and thank you for your patience. At this time, I'd like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't unmute myself.
Have it started recording yet?
We're doing, beta testing.
Welcome back, West Orange, and thank you for your patience. We are back from a short break. At this time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Council President and to resume the budget workshop.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. We are now on budget page 31.
Council President, oh, sorry.
Sorry?
Council President, this is for the business administrator salaries and wages.
Yes.
The ask is for $320,086.
Okay, so let me try to clarify something and try to speak as simply and clearly as we understand. We understand that the mayor sent an email that was supposed to go to the council that was instructing, I think, Mr. Detiniak to Mr. Smeraldo, who has returned to the assistant business administrator position, and the mayor has appointed herself business administrator, said in the email, this is dated August 25th, so this is a week ago Monday. It says Mr. Smeraldo should be placed at the top of the salary ordinance guide for the assistant business administrator position. So what we have right now on page 31 is, I think, not Mr. Smeraldo. Oh, I take that back. You are at the max as assistant business administrator. Is that correct? Do I understand?
44,995, that's the max?
Well, hold on. I just want to hear in factual, we don't have to discuss it or anything. I just want to make sure that factually we're about
Correct. The
to.
mayor, when she sent the memo, that's what she stated to us.
Okay.
The max
okay.
for the salary.
So it wasn't a promotion.
Nope.
Or it wasn't a salary increase. It was the same position that you were before.
Same position, yes.
Okay. Okay. So at this point, we don't have anything, I don't think, to discuss. We can just, unless somebody wants to discuss more, please raise your hand.
Well, it is the same position, but it is not the same salary because the mayor, according to.
Wait, just one at a time. Please go ahead.
The mayor, according to the letter, put you as deputy BA at the top step. So that increases your salary. Can I be speaking about your salary? It increases the salary for this position from 139 to 168.
So as I said, Council President, the mayor.
169.
Hold on, just one.
The mayor said, it was actually, I believe, August 23rd, not the 25th, because the resolution was passed on the 22nd. So the mayor dated it, the letter on the 23rd. I guess you received it on the 25th. And she put into the letter to Mr. Detiniak that I was to assume the position of assistant business administrator, and she put it, and she stated to him that it went to the top of the salary range.
Okay, so earlier in the year, when you were assistant business administrator, you were at a salary of 139,484.
And I think it was a little less. I think it was at 135, somewhere around there.
Okay,
It was in that range, yes.
okay, I don't know what to say, except that that's what the numbers that we have.
So when we originally did this, we prorated the salary for assistant business administrator from January 1 through April 30th. And then we prorated the salary for business administrator, top step, from May 1st to the end of the year. So that's why those numbers look the way they do. Because they're prorated for the time periods that I laid out. So
Okay, so now we have a better understanding of why these numbers are different.
right.
But I'm just asking you, Mr. Tiniak, because it's your job.
Mhm.
The assistant business administrator is being compensated at the same level as he was before all of this took place earlier in the year.
No,
No,
no.
okay. So please explain what the difference is.
So I don't know. I don't remember the exact salary off the top of my head. I think you said 135. It's pretty close to that. The mayor has stated moved the assistant business administrator up to the top step. I don't know how much I should be able to say about this, but that is the case, that the assistant business administrator was put to the top step pursuant to the mayor's order or instructions. Yes.
Okay, so just to clarify, the email that we just got an hour or two ago was sent on August 25th at 8:03 to a number of people. And we, meaning the council members, as far as we can tell, only got this email an hour or two ago. And what it says is, please distribute the attached letter to the council. And then it says in the next paragraph, effective August 23rd, 2025, Mr. Smeraldo should be placed at the top of the salary ordinance guide for the assistant business administrator position. And that's what, as far as you're saying, that's what you've already done.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, I mean, again, I don't know how much I should say, but after the resolution that was passed on the 20,
Right. On
Second?
Friday at the
Yeah.
special meeting, yes.
that Monday, we followed the instructions to put the assistant business administrator back to the old salary, and then was given the instructions by the mayor to move it to top step. And that's what we did.
Okay. And can you tell me what the two numbers are on an annualized basis between the old number and this new number?
Yeah.
Please?
The current number is 168,731.
Well, procedurally, you have to remove the one line.
So the original salary at the start of the year was 134,985.
I'm sorry, 895?
985.
985.
134,985.
Okay.
And then the current salary, which is the maximum step, is 168,731.
Okay, now, so before we start debating this, I'd like to know what it is that are the council's options if we do not agree with this. I'm not saying we don't agree. I'm just saying if we do not agree with what the mayor has instructed you to do, and I realize we don't have a municipal attorney here, what is the option or options for us? We can go through the process and if we have 4 votes, we could change that number. I think.
I don't know. That's why we need an attorney here.
We could use an attorney.
Question.
I reached out to,
I think I could simplify this. Let me simplify.
okay, so,
Let me take a shot at this. So this way we just talk budget. So if we go to page 31. You go to page 31, you have the first 2 positions there. Then you have assistant business administrator that was at 44,995 because that went into what, May 1st?
Right. It's for 4 months. Mhm.
Okay, so I'm gonna, again, so you're gonna need to change that number to what that position is paying out per the mayor's instruction to the end of the year. So the mayor made this change, you gotta now calculate what she's, because this is her proposed figure, and then we work back from there. So you have to calculate, to take the 44,995, because that's what was spent, and then add on what's going to be from the 25th to the end of the year with the new number. That's step number 1, and combine those 2 numbers. Then on this last line, as business administrator, you would need to plug in what was actually spent there for budget purposes. Because that, unfortunately, that number didn't go through to the end of the year. So you would have to change that number too, to what was actually spent. Does that make sense? I mean.
Yeah, it
to
makes
be-
sense. So,
to
I mean,
be
honestly,
compatible with the budget.
but what you're saying is that there's no change then.
Well,
I'm not anticipating any change to the salary for the rest of the year is basically what you're saying.
so what I'm saying is that's what I think we should start with is what the mayor wanted to spend and what was spent and make that compatible. I mean, at least on this one line, you know what you spent for the couple months and change that number. I mean, I'm just trying to make the budget make sense to reflect what's happening.
Can you tell us what's spent to date?
Please, just one at a time.
So I don't know, that's my recommendation. I mean, I wish we weren't even having this conversation right now and we could just leave everything, but it's really unfortunate. This is a conversation we're having. So, I don't know, I would start there and then let's see what those numbers look like.
Mr. Gignac, do you want to respond to that?
I mean, if that makes sense, I could be off the wall. That's how my brain's working it to understand it, the budget wise.
Second, Ms. Bennett is.
We could only talk budget here. We can't talk anything else.
Right. Ms. Bennett, and then you, Councilwoman Rudin.
I just demonstrated for all of you that math is not my strong suit, and now I'm getting a bunch of questions from board members on this issue. So I'm going to do my best to understand this. One of the questions or one of the comments I have is the mayor expecting to be paid as the
With my
BA?
notes.
So that is something I think that is coming up to just understand from a line item perspective, number one. Then, and I'm not sure how we get to this math, so I'm just going to ask the question because I trust this individual who's asking. The BA amount reflects an annual amount of $209,226. That's 139,484 divided by 8 months times 12 months. Again, I don't know, but I'm okay. You all are nodding your heads, so maybe this is making sense to you, and I'm the one. Okay, and then the last question is, did the mayor need council approval to increase the assistant BA salary? And the last question is the assistant business administrator a contracted position and therefore a new contract needs to be drafted in order to make any of the changes that you've just described? So there's several different questions.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but this person does not have a contract existent at this point. Okay, so did you want to try to respond to any of the points from Ms. Bennett? And again, I don't mean to put you on the.
No, because again, I'm not an attorney. I would say, we have to follow Faulkner Act, mayor council, and that determines what the mayor can do. I mean, I will say, I guess the mayor is not taking a salary for this. That I can get on the record and say. So there's nothing being paid extra to the mayor beyond her mayoral stipend. So.
What question?
Okay. So I think before you go, I think Ms. Rudin, Councilwoman Rudin, did you have your hand up?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'll get to you.
So from January till May,
Mhm.
this position paid for $44,995.
Correct.
From May to July 1st, this position received a 51% increase to go to the BA position. That is $17,416.67 per month. That should have been 52,250. However, after July 1st, this position was no longer a BA position because it was not approved by the council. So the salary should have at that point been reduced to what it was prior to May 1st. As of July 25th, the mayor is requesting a 25% increase from the original assistant BA salary. So, I mean, I just want to put all those numbers out there. So what I think we need to do is to adjust the salary. I don't know how you do this, but from July 1st to August 25th, there was about $34,000 approximately paid out to BA when it should have been far less. When it should have been an interim position since that position was never confirmed. So there has to be some sort of adjustment since that position was not confirmed. And I wrote a letter to the mayor on July 1st and said, this position has not been confirmed. What would you like to do? And I received no answer. At that point, it would have been appropriate to put the position up for council consent.
So we can continue to do the mathematical. Well, I'm sorry, you've been waiting. Please
You
go
know,
ahead.
this is an important point because, you know, I'm going to watch what I say. But again, I'm really aggravated over this because I really feel bad about the about what's the employee here. So a fact, the mayor took over as the BA on what, the 22nd, August 22nd, 25th. She could only hold that spot for 60 days. After 60 days, she could appoint somebody else. She can in fact appoint the former interim BA back to being the BA again. And then in 60 days, she can appoint somebody else. She could either appoint herself, she could appoint whoever, and this revolving door. So my question is, because it's budgetary, and I'm going to keep it to the budget, what do we need a budget for in 60 days from now? Because there's 2 more 60-day cycles that we could play revolving BA. And one of them, twice the mayor could do it. And one time, she'll have to plug somebody else in, so there may be a fee for that. So if I'm budgeting properly, we need a budget for those 60 days that we're playing revolving BA, because this is ridiculous. Things need to be taken care of and settled. But we are here to budget, and that's all I'm going to talk about is the budget. So how much do I need for the revolving door, Mr. Detiniak?
Again, that is up to you guys, because if you're settling, and I don't know what you're settling, but if you are settling in the next couple of days, I'm assuming that you're going to pay a BA, and I'm assuming that salary is going to be 209,000. So I would say don't cut it so much that then we can't end up paying the BA through the end of the year. If you tell me, hey, like you said before, give me the numbers for what has been paid through the end of August, and then keeping the assistant BA at that top step through the end of December, I can give you those numbers. But I ultimately can't tell you when to settle and what to settle on and all that. So
Yeah.
I can give you numbers if it's just, we're going to keep someone at the assistant BA max step and what that looks like, I can do that. But beyond that, I don't know. I don't know what you're planning. I don't know what you're settling on.
Well, we were trying, like, I'll speak for myself. This mess wasn't configured in anything. This is just ridiculous nonsense, sideshow. But I just, again, it's about being prepared and finishing out this nightmare year. So I don't know. I don't know.
So we have an option. Well, go ahead.
Okay. The administration came in and requested a salary raise for somebody in the mayor's office. And we unanimously said there'll be no other increases this year, especially so late in the budget process. Why would we take the same position and then increase it 25%? That doesn't make any sense.
That's right.
No, it doesn't.
No, and I don't think we should. I agree with you.
And in addition, you know, according to the state law or Faulkner law, this township should not even be having an assistant BA because we are smaller than 300,000. So unless the mayor is planning on writing an ordinance or resolution adding in to our code that we now have an assistant BA, which we do not have on our code, then we're just adding another legal position. So I'm not sure where we're going with this, but I do not understand a last minute request for a 25% increase for the same job that this person has been performing.
So, and I don't like to bring the litigation up, but this is another perfect example of the lack of legal guidance from the town attorney that has been going on all year. I am certain that he knew what was going on here and decided not to advise the council and not to give legal guidance to us. So we're sitting here without any legal guidance on what we should be doing. And I can't tell you how frustrating this is to have this happen over and over and over again. And I think, given this situation, I think we should take the step we think is appropriate to take, and then we'll go and talk to our conflict counsel and see if they can advise us. But anyway, go ahead.
I just want to say, I am really disappointed and angry that the council is being manipulated and the taxpayers are being manipulated like this. This is unconscionable and it cannot go on.
Unfortunately, it can go on, and it has been going on for all of this year. Mr. Detiniak.
So from a purely budgetary perspective, what we have put in here will cover the assistant business administrator staying at max salary, because this was contemplated to have the assistant business administrator be at his normal salary for he or she's normal salary, whoever that is, for 4 months, and then 8 months at the 209,000. So there's enough funding in here to cover either scenario, whether the person stays at max 168 for assistant or goes back up to 209 at some point. So nothing needs to get added to this line. There is enough to cover either situation.
Right, and that certainly is something to consider, except that it does not address the issue of whether the council, as a majority, thinks that this is the appropriate way to move forward. So if we want to continue to pay out marginally higher, significantly marginally higher compensation to this person while we try to figure this out, at least I am concerned that if this person is being compensated at the higher level than what we would allow, that we can't get that money back. And we wind up just overspending on something. So my recommendation, and I guess we can vote on it or discuss it further, is to figure out what the weekly compensation levels are at the old assistant BA step and figure that out for the rest of this year, because
I agree.
if we are going to be kept on getting jerked around on this, we'll just fine. If the mayor does not want to settle, then fine. But the whole reason we took this approach was because we felt like we were wasting money on this situation because we can't get to a settlement. So I think we should just continue on, and and we'll save the money. And if they want to hang around for a couple of more years, fine, but we are not going to play that game, and to the detriment of taxpayers. So I didn't see who raised their hand first.
I just want to say I completely
Okay.
agree. And the mayor has till the end of July, till the end of August, right? We're not introducing till September. We have some time here. So she can end this next week. I completely agree with you.
Ms. Bennett.
Thank you, Council President. So from the Citizen Budget Advisory Board, I think I understand, but I'm just going to read. So the $209,000 salary amount that I heard Mr. Deteniak say and that I received from one of the members. It's suggested that you include that in the budget for 4 months worth. I think that works out the math to $17,416 a month. And you multiply times 4 months. So that's September, October, November, and December. For a total of $69,666. 66, and the 6 is in perpetuity, okay? So that's one of the recommendations, that the business administrator line item in the budget gets reduced to that number. Now, I don't know if there's already been something spent, but at least for those last 4 months, that it's that number. And then to stick with the other message that I received was there should be no increase in salary, that the assistant business administrator role should remain at what it was budgeted for when the budget was presented to the council, sticking with our recommendations about no promotions and no raises for the remainder of 2025. Thank you.
So thank you for that. And I think Councilwoman Scarpa makes a very good point that there is time to revisit this at some future point in the near future if things change. But I think based upon what's been going on all year, and especially over the last several weeks, that we should prudently, on behalf of taxpayers, just figure out the budget item for the assistant business administrator for the rest of the year. And that's what we should do. And we can basically take it from the business administrator pot. That's certainly one way to go. At the same time, we will get legal direction, legal guidance from the Conflicts Council and see if we can, see if we need to do anything further on this. Does that make sense to everyone? Or is there more discussion?
I'm just looking. We need to get the numbers right.
Yes.
So I would like to, first of all, from July 1st to August 25th, this position was overpaid $12,500. So that money needs to be returned into our budget. That's point number one. As of August 25th, I think we're still dealing with the same. Can you give us a number right now on how much has been paid for this position and the BA position, everything all mixed in together? What do you have? I have 85. I have 98,250. I could be wrong.
So I'm not sure, while we're waiting for the numbers, I'm not sure I understand. It sounds like you're saying that we should try to claw back some of the money that's already been spent. And viscerally, I can agree with that, but I think legally, as far as I can see, he should keep the money that he's been paid at the level that
Yes.
that was legally legally directed by the mayor until we made this change. So I'm not in favor
Yeah, me neither.
of making somebody give back the money when, as far as I can tell, certainly it's not that person's fault, but also, as far as I can tell on the legal, that this person is rightfully granted the compensation level because that's what the mayor ordered at the time. So I see a hand. That's all.
But that's true, but if the position is being held as a holdover and it has not been approved by the council, he is not legally entitled to that salary.
Okay, so we need to stop talking because we need to stop talking. We don't have attorney with us, but we need to stop this conversation. And I hear what you're saying, but at the end of the day, I agree with him, with council president. And, you know, whether you agree, whether there should be that position, not position, I mean, at the end of the day, that position was done with, how can I put it? It's so hard because folks, the reason why you got to be careful what you say up here. So I am not inclined to take, you know, to go backwards. We know where we're at with this. I think we need to end the conversation. As far as having the two positions, we were going to consolidate it because because the person that was going to be in the position could definitely handle both positions. They're big positions, and we have a lot of buildings and infrastructure that needs to be taken care of and overseen. So to say that we don't need this or that, I think in this chair tonight, we're all frustrated. We need to watch what we say because things are being managed very well, and it's unfortunate we have other issues out there, but we just need to move forward on this. I think we should today we could adjust the two line items and then see where we're at on the 30th, because that's where we vote on the final budget. Or leave this to the 30th. We have to the 30th.
Can I make a?
Just raise your hand, please, and be recognized, please.
Okay, so we have two different categories here. We have assistant BA and BA. What we need to do is go back and adjust the assistant BA salary and then adjust the BA salary to reflect what actually was paid during the time this position was held as a BA. So if you could put in the amount that was paid.
That's what I said.
Up, right, up until August 25th, which, you know, I do believe that there should be some clawback. I hear that not all my colleagues believe that, but if you could tell us how much was paid as BA, and that would be from May 1st until August 25th.
So as BA, the amount is $69,742 approximately.
69,000.
$742.
Okay. And now that was for 3 months. No, that was more than 3 months. That was for 5 months, right?
That was for May, June, July, and August, 4 months.
Well, you're
Okay.
working off that 209 number.
So, yeah, so that was for 4 months.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, the 44,995
That was
Was
4
for-
months.
was for 4 months. Okay. So that should be the difference between, let me just get that. And we have September, October, November, December. So we have the exact same amount that should be added back in. 44,995, and then add into the assistant BA, that same amount, 44,995. And if the mayor wants to come back with something before September 30th, when we have to
Got plenty
pass
of
this,
time.
then we can make an adjustment at that time.
Exactly.
Is that clear to everybody up
Mhm.
here, what I'm suggesting? And that is leaving in the additional 12,500 that this person already received,
Well, you should leave that in, yeah.
Without council consent.
right, without council consent.
So Mr. Zatiniak, I just need to rely on you for whether these numbers work for what Councilman Rudin is trying to do.
I have the numbers now.
So the assistant BA position should be,
89,990.
no,
Before we go any further, Mr. Zatiniak, do you understand what Councilwoman Rudin is trying to?
Yes, I
Purpose.
understand what she's trying to do,
Okay.
but the mayor has appointed the assistant business administrator to the max step, but I don't think this budget is taking that into account, correct?
No.
Okay, just want to make sure, okay. So you're doing 8 months at the original salary for assistant business administrator and just leaving the 4 months that was paid for business administrator, correct? Okay.
Correct.
Correct. That's what we're doing.
The other alternative is to just not make any change tonight, just
No.
leave it to the next time and get some legal guidance. And that's probably the most conservative, prudent approach to take.
I'd like to move forward tonight and we can still get legal counsel and we could revise it if legal counsel advises us otherwise.
Right.
I don't want to do that because once you take money out of the budget, you need 4 votes
We
to
have
put
four
it back
votes to
in.
Put it back in.
Just one at a time, please. So
We have to September 30th. I say we leave it alone tonight.
Mhm.
With the caveat, I will go that way on September 30th.
I'm not gonna wait any longer. We've been waiting long enough. I think this is what we need to do.
well, we've discussed this ad nauseum. Were you raising your hand, Madam Clerk?
No.
Okay. So if it looks like there are differences of opinion among the council, we can just consider motions. Somebody like to make a motion? And it needs to be pretty detailed so that.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
Let's talk numbers.
Okay, I make a motion to increase the assistant BA position from a total salary from 44,995 to 89,990.
I'll second.
Is that the only change you're proposing for this page? Because it
That-
seems like they're related.
I want to make an adjustment to the BA salary to reflect what actually has been paid. So I would like to.
So you're not going to add in.
Hold on. Go ahead, finish and then I'll get to you. okay?
The other would be to reduce from the BA position 139,484 to 69,742.
So are you giving us an either or in your motion? Because I don't think that
No,
works.
no, I'm saying that we have to do two different motions. One is to increase the assistant BA salary, and the other is to reduce the BA salary, because that's where we're at right now. If there is an agreement and there's a new contract, then we adjust this.
Okay, so you said adjust the BA compensation to reflect what has been paid
Correct.
so far. Okay.
Yes.
So do you know what that number is?
Yes, Mr. Detiniak said it was 69,742.
So you would propose in your second motion to reduce the BA level by 69,742 or two?
To what
Okay.
was actually paid.
Okay. Okay, so let's go back to the first motion on that line item and
Okay,
make sure that the clerk gets the proper wording.
I got it.
Okay.
okay.
Is there any further discussion?
Just some math. I just like Mr. Detiniak to do the math and make sure we're.
The total for the year is 159,732. To reflect the two different positions. Now, I'm not sure how this weighs in with longevity.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to vote tonight for this. I'm sorry, colleagues.
Well, there's a,
Yeah,
there's a motion and
yeah.
a second, so you can abstain if you wish.
Yeah,
Okay. Should I call the roll, Council President?
Yes, please.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino.
yeah, I'm gonna abstain.
Okay. Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes,
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
I'm going to abstain as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. The motion fails.
I need time
Well, I just,
and advice.
yeah, this requires legal advice.
Okay, so that was on the first one, and then Councilwoman wanted to make a second motion.
Councilman Rudin, do you still want to do that?
no, it's gonna fail as well.
Yeah.
So no,
Yeah, well,
So you're not going to do the second one?
not
no.
now.
Okay.
We'll revisit. Okay, we'll revisit it.
So we are now left, I think,
Wait, we haven't,
please,
So-
Councilwoman, please raise your hand, okay? Please. Did you want to speak?
yes, I would like to ask Councilwoman Castellino if there's any number that you are comfortable with.
Not tonight. Not tonight. I'm not saying I won't go here. I'm just saying I can't do this tonight. I need to vet this a little bit.
And I will reach out again to the conflict council and see if they can give us some advice going forward. Yes,
Can I make a different type of motion?
sure.
That,
On this page.
yes, I mean, right now, what we have in front of us from the email that we received today was a 25% increase.
So Councilwoman, I'm gonna advise you to let's wait till we talk to conflict council, please. I'm gonna ask you to please, I know you're anxious and I know you like to get things done. I'm gonna ask you to stop talking about this now and let us deal with it at a later
Okay,
date,
so I would
okay?
I understand what you're saying, but once, because this has already happened and you're not comfortable with clawing back, we're going to be again in that position where an individual will be paid based on something that we did not consent to.
You're exactly right. And that's the frustrating part about this job. So I feel your frustration. I know there are games going on, and I'm not saying that there's not, because I'm very disappointed that we have to be here having this conversation and especially on a position that I know the person that has worked this position has been doing an outstanding job and putting a lot of hours in. So I'm really aggravated that we're here. But unfortunately, we need to stop talking about it and try to figure this out in another venue. So with that, I'm really going to ask you to move forward, and I apologize to the public. I've been an elected official for over 20 years and never had to sit here in this kind of situation. And then I got to hear how morale is down in this building. Well, this is why morale is down in this building, because there are selfish people. And those selfish people should take a look at what's going on with this town and figure it out. We need to end this. With that, I'm gonna make a motion if we can move forward to the next page.
I just have one thing I want to say.
Okay, hold on. We have a motion on the floor and we need to see if that gets a
Anybody?
second.
What is the motion?
To move
Motion
to
is-
the next page.
I have something I'd like to say.
Okay, so is there a second on Councilman Castellino's motion?
Okay, not moving on.
Okay. So that fails for lack of a second. Now,
I
Councilwoman,
want to understand what we're doing here. Once we get legal counsel, which should be in the next 48 hours, I think we could do it quickly. Can we have a meeting and another budget meeting quickly to put this in place? To put what we really would like to do in place?
yeah, we can probably just
Have an
pick a
emergency.
time right now for,
Let's do that.
and then if we don't need to do it, then we
Right.
can
and if
just
we could-
cancel.
That's wonderful. But I think we need to be set up to do the right thing. This is all about doing the right thing for the taxpayers. And to stop letting ourselves be manipulated.
Well, yes. Yes, so we have a suggestion by Councilwoman Scarpa to schedule the next budget workshop to potentially address this.
In the
So
48
today's Tuesday, we need 48 hours. So it's either Friday or next week.
We have a meeting on the 8th. So why don't we,
Yeah.
why don't we have the conflict attorney come on the 8th
Mhm.
and talk to us in closed session? Why don't we do that?
I'd rather do it sooner rather than later.
I'm not gonna be able to do it sooner. Let's just, we're meeting on the 8th. Let's have,
And will we be able to make the amendments that we want to make?
Yeah.
yeah, we
In that
kind of
meeting?
know where we're going, yeah.
All right, as long as we can get it done,
Okay.
you know.
So anything else?
Who will
Oof.
be speaking to the conflict attorney about that?
I will, please.
So we'll close closed session.
So
for the
executive
8th.
session.
Yeah, executive session.
Okay.
We'll give you a time to be noted.
Okay.
That we could do it before the meeting.
And also a category. Didn't pick the word.
Category.
Personnel. Conflict negotiation, litigation, and it could be a sort of like that. So I gotta, he should ask him which category this should fall under.
Okay,
Please.
I'll ask.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I think if I understand everything, we just need consent on page 31 and then we can move on.
We,
well,
no, we don't want to give
if-
consent. but
Yeah, I'm
No.
ready to give,
I'm not going to
yeah, I'm
consent
gonna
on
give
that.
consent.
No way.
We're just
skipping it right now.
We're skipping it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, no consent. We'll go back to it.
okay. Another fun topic,
Okay, what's next?
information technology, salaries and wage, page 42. Is that right, Mr. Tiniak? Did I get that?
You are correct.
Okay.
So the ask is for $324,253.20.
I am going to make a recommendation
Sure.
that we I would, I don't want to have any conversations. I think we should move this to your conflict council next week.
Oh, okay. So add another item to this?
Yes.
Okay, well, if we're agreed, I will add this to the list.
I mean, I'm fine. I would consent it, but I think we should have a conversation.
Okay, so on page 42, we want to just skip it. We'll come back to it. Councilwoman.
I would like to go back to page 28. because we kind of skipped over this, and I think we need to make a change. This has to do with the courthouse. Judge Dowd unfortunately passed away. Was that the total amount that was paid to him?
No, that was what Judge Dowd was budgeted for the year.
Okay, so can we reduce it by the amount that he was actually paid and then just zero that out, because we already added in money earlier today for Judge Donahue to take over his cases.
What?
Earlier today, we talked about adding money to the court.
No.
No, that was one.
No, that was prosecutor's office.
Yeah.
No, we need the full amount of Judge Dowd's salary for Judge Donahue, because essentially now
Gonna double sessions.
Judge Donahue has doubled their sessions.
So do we need to take a step to do that budget wise?
No,
Okay.
no.
Transfer.
Can you tell us how much was paid to Judge Dowd? Why shouldn't it reflect the actual category? Even though we don't have to make a motion, but just correct these line items.
Yeah, I guess we'll change it. I don't know off the top of my head exactly what Judge Dowd got in salary. I'd have to look up.
Or in her category. and
Yeah.
take out-
Mhm.
I mean, stuff like that happens all year long.
Yeah.
It's just that this is September that we're doing the budget.
I understand. I'm just surprised that she would get he was not working for quite a few months. So I'm just surprised that the entire amount would then be transferred over to Judge Donahue.
I didn't think of that.
He was not working.
Mhm.
What do you mean?
He was ill.
For
Yeah,
like
he
was
was,
probably
but it
just-
wasn't that long.
it's like 2 weeks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It was very sudden, very sudden
Yeah.
and unexpected.
Yeah, he was working. We met with him.
So we met with.
Like, before it happened.
About this budget, about 2 or 3 weeks before
Yeah,
his untimely illness.
Jane.
Yes.
Okay.
So are you good, Councilwoman Rudin?
Not really. I would like to know how much he was paid, because if he has not been, she didn't immediately take over his cases. So there is some sort of a time lag here that there could be some savings.
My understanding was that we had visiting judges there for a while.
We did have visiting judges too.
Yeah, 'cause it doesn't just shut down. You know, you still have to.
And I
Court
don't know
was still-
what they were paid. I don't have that number, what they were paid, but there was visiting judges filling in when Judge Dowd wasn't available. And
Yeah, somebody could.
and Judge Donahue assumed the remainder of the schedule, I believe, it was July 8th or 16th. It was, I forget the exact date. It was no more than mid-July. It may have been sooner than that.
Mr. Dutiniak, could we ask you to work out what the numbers were on all of this in terms of what Councilwoman Rudin was asking for, and then also where money went to visiting judges, and whether there's any left over that we might be able to address?
I'm going to say no, because we calculated out Judge Donahue's extra
Mhm.
compensation, and we pretty much ate up. But let's see what
Yeah.
Judge Dow was paid. Let me see.
Because actually on page 29, if the next page says, would that be relief judges?
Yep.
And in 2024, we spent 4,900. And you budgeted this year 4845. I don't know what you spent so far, but that could be part of the numbers you need to get, but that may be able to bless you.
Let's,
For
And relief public defender on 30. We spent 18,275 in 2024 and we increased it to 22,750. I don't know what the rationale was for that. We left it alone, so
The spending was down.
I can't remember. I don't have any notes here from when
did.
she was here. I didn't write anything.
At the time when she came, they had only spent 5,000. Mr. Fagan, how many people are on?
0. Have 19.
Wow,
Okay.
okay.
So speak into the microphones. Have you noticed? I don't think the air conditioning has come on once.
No, it's great. We have the window open. It's
Oh,
perfect.
yeah, knock on wood.
All is here.
Councilman, we have 19. And I just want to say that we're going to have to change Mr. Detiniak's name to Smith because closed caption has so far provided 48 variations of his name.
So, approximately $26,616.
Oh, my God.
And what exactly is that number? 26,000?
$616 for Judge Dowd.
Okay.
And then, oh, excuse me, Councilman
And-
President.
How much for the relief judges? Line item 190.
That's why it's pretty close, yeah. $3,300.
Okay. So they filled in for Judge Down. So now you're talking about the difference between 40 and 26. Would the judge who is now working full-time be getting an additional $14,000? Does that sound right in the next 3 months?
Yeah, there's really nothing to cut. What Judge Donahue's gonna get versus what Judge Dowd has got, it eats up the full amount. She's not getting all of Judge Dowd's salary.
Yeah.
It's prorated, obviously, yeah.
But it's an additional 14,000.
I guess 22, yeah. Yeah, it puts her to 62.5
We anticipate that Judge Donahue.
annually, but it's
for this-
prorated amount, yeah.
Prorated for this year, but she's anticipated to be about 62.5 for this year. That was what with the agreement when we set it up to pay her.
Oh.
So
Okay.
62.5 plus whatever Judge Dowd made and relief judges, those totals together.
So then there's 4,000 left over
I don't know what the math is.
because I'll just get you the numbers. If her salary is now 62.5,
Well, with her salary plus.
prorated.
Prorated sessions, additional sessions, we anticipated about 62.5, but that's not it could be a little bit more, a little bit less. Depends on how many sessions she needs or requires, so, and I can't tell you that amount right now. I know that she's been doubling up her sessions.
Okay, so the difference between her salary and now would be 21,646, and we have allocated 26. So it seems like we could safely take out 4,000.
You want to, I mean, you haven't listened to me in the 50 sessions we've had, so
I do listen to
you
you.
don't. But if you want to, we'll survive, just like all the other cuts. We'll survive, you know.
Well, Mr. Zeniak, you know the numbers and I value your opinion, your professional opinion. So if you think you need the $4,000.
Yeah, you need to
as
tell
a-
us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've said it over and over and over and over, and I appreciate the vote of confidence now, but let's be honest, like we've come up here and we have said, don't cut, and you guys have cut. So I appreciate the vote of confidence now, but I don't think it's entirely true. Sorry, it's just so freaking hot in here.
It is.
I'm
Well,
not taking my jacket off.
take it.
You're not on camera.
I am.
do you
I
want
look
to,
like a witch when I look to the side. I'm like horrendous looking, but
does everybody want to take a 5-minute break?
$4,000 out. I don't care. We'll survive.
But I was just trying to reflect what the salary is.
No.
Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 7:45, please.
I think we can.
Is he,
give him the fourth.
we're still on, people. We're taking a break, Mr. Fagan. You could mute us,
We can put the air on. It's not a problem.
then we can't hear.
We're not muted. Up there on the screen, you can see the.
He said,
closed caption.
he said he needs, they.
I didn't realize it was warm.
6:55.
Usually I'm the one that's warm.
To those in the West Orange audience, we are on mute. We are taking a short break and we will resume the budget workshop shortly. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, West Orange. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. We are ready to resume the budget workshop. At this time, I'd like to turn the floor over to our council president.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Contrary to what you may have suspected, given the last half an hour to an hour, that is not fire truck coming for us, unfortunately. So, Mr. Datiniak, I don't mean to poke the bear and but I was sincere in asking for your professional advice. If you don't want to address this issue again, we can just move on.
No, let's cut it.
Okay,
4,000, you said?
yes,
Yeah, go ahead.
okay.
And we'll, we don't need to, do we need to increase Judge Donahue with a vote, or can we just cut and,
I would imagine you can just cut.
okay.
Okay,
Madam Clerk seems to think we need a vote.
Yeah, I would.
okay, I'll make a motion.
I'll second. it.
And the motion is to reduce
Reduce
Judge Dowd's salary by $4,000.
Right, to $36,854.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, so my discussion is you're gonna increase the other judges.
Well, no, I think with this, we're just taking the net of everything else. Yeah, and just saying cutting 4 from the 1. And so the extra from Judge Dowd's line really is used up by Judge Donahue. So I mean, ultimately, it's one line item for salaries, so.
Okay,
And what was the total number? I'm sorry, 38,000.
36. Oh, I'm sorry. 36,854.
Oh, thank you. No.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino,
yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Are we consent on this page?
Consent.
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 Okay.
So can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Because
Sorry.
I thought we were consent on that page prior to now. So I know you wanted to go back. Can we move forward with anything we haven't consented on yet? So we could we got to get this budget done. Like to go back on things we had already consented, I think should be done at the very end, if that's what you want to do. But I think we got to get this done.
I think our next page is pages 43 to 47, information technology, other expenses. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Yes. Central IT, the ask is for 101,624.
These were the details. We were going to get more details on this page.
Yeah, we did that the last time.
Okay.
I can bring it up. And I can hand some out.
This has a budget reduction of $10,000 plus a little bit of change, 9% decrease. Do we have discussion or consent?
I'd like. We're just looking at one page, right? Is that right? Okay,
Yeah, we asked for a breakdown.
right, and.
Yep. I'll give it to you.
Here it is.
And we have it up on the screen, but I'll hand you a live copy. Paper copy.
So me or you?
Thank you. I think it's on silent. Let's see. Yeah, mine's on silent.
Thank you.
These are all the new programs you're bringing in, right? To,
No, a lot of this is existing too.
okay.
Next.
Yes, please.
And we've actually discussed this before.
We did, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We went through this.
Do you have two more copies, John?
Otherwise,
I can make 2 copies.
If he doesn't, I can give you mine.
I think I did have for everybody. Right.
So in the original budget request, it was 114,000
Correct, yes.
and that's what it still is.
Hmm,
No, 101.
101.
But in this page that you just gave us, it still says 114.
yeah, no, we did 101 in the introduced budget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got
So this
101.
number is not correct? Yeah.
No, it's correct. We just cut.
Mhm.
You wanted a cut and we cut.
It says on top, the number's on top. Recommend budget 101,624.
Okay.
You took out the firewall, you took out the copy service contract.
And are all of these fees fixed? Except for the miscellaneous repairs?
Yeah.
And what is miscellaneous repairs to date?
See, we don't have it broken out. This is my own breakout because we just have that one line, so. It all goes against that 010.
Well, it's hard to analyze this, so I would just say move to consent unless the budget advisory had a lot to say on the technology.
I did have my hand raised. I
All
don't,
right, missed it.
no, it's okay. I'm hesitant on raising my hand because the way we have this, the way we have our recommendations drafted, it's in total, the 5
Right.
IT departmental budgets.
Mhm.
So I don't know when it makes sense to share this recommendation or remind you all of this recommendation. The recommendation was that there are details to support the requested budget amount be submitted for review, and then without any additional support, the combined budget should be reduced to the actual spend amount in 2024, which would save budgetarily $195,000.
Wow.
I would only add that in the breakdown, $58,392, which amounts to just under $5,000 a month, is for this microcomputer consulting. And if you have I think on the page prior, there's significant staffing for IT, director, et cetera. So I'm not sure what computer consulting means, but
Joe T, right?
Yeah, IT Joe, yep.
Yeah, he's part of the team.
Right.
Yeah, we talked about that last time. He's part of the team, the consultant.
We don't really know what he does.
I mean, I just share with you
They
the
know what they
recommendation,
got.
so.
Like, to make
Yeah.
statements like that is not fair. This is why we.
Yeah, okay, so that's some.
Any
Fixed
further
cost.
discussion? Consent,
Consent.
page
Consent.
43?
Consent.
Do you have a breakdown for page 44?
Yes.
Council President, just a comment from somebody online is that it is difficult to read these additional details and if there's any way to zoom in.
Well, Mr. Fagan can.
I
try
don't
to-
have control of the Zoom meetings.
Thanks, John.
Oh, okay.
I was told that I was told that they can see the flags and maybe you can make it a little larger so the flags are not visible.
He's saying Mr. Jiniak has control.
No, I. That's.
Oh.
Thank you.
That's all.
That's the best I can. Yeah. that's good.
Oh, thank you. Oh, here we go. Listen.
Maybe zoom in on the computer.
Thank you.
It's probably a little better.
Thank you.
Okay. So central IT, we originally asked for 90,186. We cut 15,000 out to 75,186.10. And then these are the major charges. It's these four listed here. And it equals $74,010.40, leaving a difference of 1,175.70.
I have a question.
Mhm.
I was looking at Comcast charges and I know that we get a 2% back on our usage. Where is that reflected in the budget? And is it separate for the rent-a-house? Is there separate from ours?
I think, are you talking about the revenue we get?
Yeah. with the
That's in the
agreement.
revenue side. So we get a one check each year.
Mhm.
So leaning back. So that's reflected in our anticipated revenue, the
And is
cable franchise
is that-
fees.
That amount is.
Mhm.
okay.
It's a set amount. It's to the penny.
Does the rent-a-house get a percentage of their usage or is it?
It's
just-
the whole town. We
It's the
get
whole town.
franchise
They
fees.
get it.
Yeah.
They don't get it.
No, we get.
We get it.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Deteniak, is the Edmonds GovTech a new?
Yeah.
It's new this year. So last year, the budget was 90,000. You only spent just under 25,000.
Mhm.
And the increase in spend is from this Edmonds GovTech.
Yeah. Yeah. Legitimate spend. Yeah. Mhm.
Thank you.
That's it.
And if I remember, that's for implementation and it's going to go away pretty quickly.
Mhm.
Yes, can you
Councilman Rudy.
explain to us what vehicle tracking is?
Police cars.
Yes, that's for the jitney services. What that does, Passio is an app that's on our phones or on all our passengers. And what it does is it gives the updated live area where the bus is so that somebody who's on there, if somebody needs to catch the jitney, they could see in real time where the bus is located so that they can hopefully get there on time and meet the bus on time. Or if the bus is delayed, there's, sometimes there's things delayed, whether it be the trains are late or there's accidents or things that unforeseen reasons why there may be a delay for our jitney to get on time. Or, or actually if they're early, sometimes they wind up early, so.
Okay. Can you explain to me what the difference is between this IT page and the other IT pages? They both say central IT.
This is.
Well, it's
So-
a sub of this. They all say central IT, but then they also say like online expenses, PD, I assume, police department.
This says other, oh, okay.
This one's
other-
online, I
Okay.
can understand breaking out PD and FD. I don't know why years back, they broke out this online versus the central IT. I don't know.
And what is Atlantic Tomorrow DocuWare?
Like who's share?
Trying to see what we spent on it.
Is that the archive scanning?
No, that's Phobionics.
Fovionics, that's the one, yeah, it's what we used in the building department, and planning and zoning and health, and I believe that's it for now, that we've scanned all the documents, and that's the access fees, because it's up in the clouds, we scanned, we paid, and now that's the fees to have the access to the clouds, or the cloud, I should say.
I don't know
Is that-
exactly. I don't remember. I don't want to give a wrong answer on this one, so. Check my. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to ask the IT director.
Okay, so it looks like that's cloud-based.
If it's I believe that's the Fovionics, so they have a different parent company name, but if that's the, Fovionics is the software we use. We scanned all our plans from, I believe it was from 1940 to 2023. And then we have the ability to upload anything from that point on. And it gets stored up in the server in the cloud.
Okay, so then the only other question I have is that it says the recommended budget is on the original document on 7/18. It says 74,000, and on this one, it says 75,000.
Well, we came out to like the big ticket items, came out to 7410, and then we had a difference. So there's a little bit of breakage. So
So what is the actual total?
the actual total that we introduced was 75,186.10.
And that's the total of these numbers below.
Yeah, that's,
By 15.
we listed the major items, and then the leftover, the difference is 1,175.70. That's the sort of cushion in this budget.
Okay.
Because I guess, Comcast could come in a little bit more, or.
We good?
No, I'm just adding up these numbers. It's 74,010.
Yep.
And then you have, so how, you're just adding in some pad right there?
Yeah, that's what I said. It's the cushion. Yeah. Mhm.
But aren't these exact amounts that you,
Comcast is not exact. Comcast is an estimate.
Usage.
Yeah.
okay,
If they add an account or.
okay. Is the Comcast based on number of computers being used?
It's separate internet connections, I guess.
So is it for each and every iPad is a separate account?
No, this is the hardwired accounts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that seem like a
The
lot?
iPads are AT&T. They
Oh, okay.
wireless.
So is this a monthly, this is a yearly charge and we get,
It's monthly. Yeah, we pay monthly. Yeah.
okay. And do we get the same bill every month?
No, it does vary.
Okay,
Or how are you with the usage?
all right. No further questions on that.
Anybody else?
Make a motion to consent?
Consent?
Consent.
Consent?
Alright. 45.
Yeah, I'm getting another sheet.
PD, yeah, we have a couple more sheets.
I looked up Atlantic Tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's one of their services is workflow automation, which seems to fit with what we're doing.
Now we're doing police. On page 45.
To members of the Zoom audience, we are not on break, but copies are being made, so we apologize in advance for whatever dead air there might be, but we are still live here at the budget hearing in council chambers.
That's less.
You just pass it down. In there, I'm there.
Ma'am? Thank you. And Council President,
Yes.
I just want to make a statement on all these IT programs, because when we do get them and the contract year after year in resolution form, we do have a, questioning. So some of these names should look familiar to you, because they do come across our desk, not at budget time, but other times when they're presented to us. And in the bills list.
Any
Okay.
questions on this page?
Oh, sorry.
No,
This
please go
is,
ahead.
this is the PD IT budget.
Yeah.
So, introduced was 400, well, I'll back up. We requested $452,985.55. We cut $42,000 out. And we introduced at 410,985.55.
And Mr. Tiniak, I'm sorry, Council President.
Yeah.
If any of this was covered in a grant, is it on here or no? That's in a grant separate section. If any of these were covered with a grant. Because I know time to time, especially with the cybersecurity, we receive grant funding for.
Yeah, so if it was covered in a grant, the previous CFO would put the grant offset
Okay, yeah,
within the budget category to show.
remember that.
So we don't have anything this year grant wise covering any of this.
Okay.
So,
And when you change the systems over next year, you'll be able to.
yeah, I mean, a lot of these,
track it.
oh, yeah,
Yeah.
we could tag that. I think you meant like a lot of these things are, they're going to stay the same. They're not going to be influenced by Edmunds or Prime Point or anything. This is all police side stuff.
Okay. Thanks. Good.
Council President.
Yes. I'm sorry, somebody did.
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you. So Mr. Deteniak, just for the benefit of, the public and information, last year, the spend was $287,154. Which only used about 63% of the budgeted amount of 452,000. Your original request for this year was the same as last year, despite the fact that there was a significant underspent.
Mhm.
So if you could explain, it's hard to understand.
I think
I
that's
appreciate the
written.
details, but what changed from last year to this year to cause an increase of 140,000? Is
Mhm.
that the right number?
So we're ultimately requested less than what was requested last year. So the spend this year at this point is $334,000 right now. So, I'd have to look back and see what was going on in 2024. Probably was things that didn't get reported until beginning of 2025. But where we're at right now is we're at that 330, I say 34, $33,000 spend. Because we have 321,843 paid and 11,610 encumbered.
But
So-
I just to make sure the question, there was a budgeted amount of 452, I'll call it 453,000 in 2024. It's the identical budgeted amount this year,
Right,
but last year the spend was 287.
right.
Are
So-
you suggesting that part of what we've spent this year is charged from last year?
No. It's because this paid or charge number, and again, the old system, the old Munidex would take into account what was spent this year against last year's budget, because their budget software automatically pulled it in. I don't have that luxury. I had to create this. I had to take what was spent at the end of 2024, and that's the number I used. But I'm sure if I look into what was spent in 2025 against the 2024 budget, it would increase this number, this 287. But what I'm saying is for this year, we're at 300 and, like I said, $333,000 approximately through the end of August.
Yeah, you're interested.
I'm finished.
Are all of these figures that we're looking at yearly costs?
Sometimes they're new programs, aren't they?
Yeah, they're these are the annual costs
So the
listed.
annual
Yeah.
costs. So
I mean, they could vary.
the difference between all of this and the annual costs and your actual ask is 76,009, let's just say almost $77,000.
No, it's 45,000. Because we introduced at 410,000, not 452. Right?
No, you've said you've spent.
Oh, what I
you've
spent. Oh, I apologize. Yeah.
334
Mhm.
and your request is 410.
Yep.
411. So that's a difference of almost $77,000.
Mhm.
And these are all fixed and firm. So what would be the justification to have
We got another September, October, November, December.
but these
it's like
are
a 4
all
months.
fixed yearly costs that you've put in.
Okay.
So how does that add up? Because you've already accounted for all of the costs, monthly costs.
Oh, I'm just saying what we've spent against the budget. We don't have everything encumbered.
Yeah, sometimes there's programs that haven't been rolled out yet. So
And
like,
don't
for
you have the
example, we're
new
looking at the, now I'm not sure it's going to be implemented this year, but we're looking at the,
Edmonds.
Well,
not the
Edmonds has
Edmonds,
already-
but no, but even this on the police department with the, traffic with the parking and all that. So,
Right.
there's things that they may not have done yet.
But
The
we
biggest
don't,
expense you have in this budget is the Eastern Communications. That is the entire radios, public safety system for the police and fire departments, which, also runs the EMS and the OEM. And it also, any other units that, whether they be our non-uniform vehicles, if they have radios and things of that nature. So sometimes the Eastern Communications, that depending on what happens, something breaks. This is an older system that they're constantly trying to update, and they, I can't tell you if that's gonna be the exact amount, the 154, maybe less, but sometimes the system, and we could have issues with it, so. And I don't know if that's the all fixed cost with it. I don't know what the breakdown is, but I can tell you that's the largest item,
Right.
that's the public safety. That's the public safety radios.
I'm still seeing $77,000 in here that, it doesn't really explain how you could possibly spend $77 additional dollars when these are all fixed costs. And like microcomputer consulting, $14.98 per month, you put in the entire amount, 17,976. And Eastern Communications is 154,000. So all of these, I mean, they're very high numbers. And we still have a pad of 77,000 from what you've spent now to what you will spend.
Mhm.
And you've spent all of this because these are all systems that we need to have in place.
Mhm.
So is there any reason why we can't reduce this?
We've been through this. If you guys want to reduce it, I think I've noted the difference of 45,000, so we could say it's a decent cushion there. But it's up to you.
But it's even more of a cushion because the actual cushion is 77.
The only thing I would suggest here, this is the police IT. Before we make
Talk to
any
the chief.
cuts, I would want to talk to the public safety to make sure that there's nothing here that's critical to the infrastructure for public safety. And if there's something that could be cut, then we'll ask them to provide that. But I wouldn't just arbitrarily cut tonight without having some kind of input
Yeah.
from the public safety professionals before we do anything here.
But these are all fixed programs. It's not something else that they need.
But you don't know that.
Wait.
They may be.
Please
so-
finish.
All right.
I'm suggesting to you that, not that we won't cut it, all I'm suggesting to you is that let's get you an answer so that we can make a more
Yeah.
informed decision than before we just cut, because I know that the public safety people have been here, I know the police were here, and, so I just want to make sure this is a critical area for safety, so let's just make sure we have it right before we actually make a bona fide cut.
Okay. I cut you off, please. Go
No, and like I said, it's not the end of the year. They may be rolling something out that we don't know. So I would like to hear from whoever the chief sends to talk to us.
But if
Yeah.
they're rolling out something else this year, it should be in this budget.
It should be, but see, again, what should be and what may not be, we're trying to get there. I know this isn't a
Mhm.
perfect document that
Fair
you
enough.
want,
Where they should.
but yeah, that's why I had asked earlier, like some of this cyber stuff, was it covered by a grant? Because sometimes items in here are covered by grants. So again, let's get the chief here before we go cut money out of public safety. Same thing with the fire. We have a lot with the EMS. We have a lot that they've been trying to do. We're trying to, do something with the traffic department with bringing in the parking. So again, like we should have to listen to our directors. They made a cut of 42,000 from their original ask, which is a nice significant cut. I hear what you're saying, because I know and just so the public understands too, is what they're trying to do is go to zero-based budgeting, put what you need. Unfortunately, Mr. Detiniak did not inherit that system. So he's trying to get us to that system. So he's been very patient with us. And just his first year trying to get what was done for previous years with a very antiquated system to a system to where, all CPAs and all number people would appreciate. So let's talk to the professional.
Okay.
For our
I'm willing to
professionals.
hold this for the professionals, but I do.
So we did do zero-based budgeting here, but that's not what CBAB is looking for. CBAB is saying that you only spent X amount, so that's really all you should
Yeah.
get. That's not zero-based budgeting. I gave you a breakdown of the major items. That's zero-based budgeting. I started from zero and I said, I need all these things here. Now I have a difference and I acknowledge that. Things can happen. So if you took that away, hey, I get it, but This is the zero-based budgeting. That's not what CBAB is
Okay.
advocating for.
You know, you're talking about, spending year to date is up like 25%. So
Yeah.
anyway, Ms. Bennett's been very patient.
So the CBAB is not advocating for you to cut anything that you need to spend. That's not what we're advocating for. But I think what Councilmember Rudin was saying was the spend that you've itemized is $365,000, 350.
Right.
300, okay. And I think what you just said was that leaves you with a cushion of $45,000. And what the Citizens Budget Advisory Board is saying is reduce that extra. Because every dollar comes out of taxpayers' pockets. And if you don't need it because your actual spend is $365,000, split the baby. Take $25,000 out of that. You still leave $20,000 above and beyond what they expect to be able to spend. So if something happens
Yeah.
that you don't expect in 4 months, you've got a little extra. But just recognize that every dollar of that little extra is coming out of taxpayers' pockets
Right.
in a very difficult year. So the Citizen Budget Advisory Board on the IT issue said, please itemize. And thank you, Mr. Deteniak, for itemizing. But our recommendation is spend what's itemized. Thank you.
Just a second. I just want to see if Mr. Tiniak wants to respond, and then we come to you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman.
And I appreciate the committee's thought on that, but from being here for a while, and he's getting them to a place where they put everything in. So I just want to make sure there aren't any loose ends out there that they need, that they didn't account for, because that has happened. I've seen it. And it could be something, very important that should have been on here. So, and it should be on here, or they don't get it this year. So let's just make sure. I hear you. I have no problem reducing that, but let's just make sure for the next conversation.
Council President, just in response, Mr. Trenk had the opportunity to be here tonight. He phoned in. He made sure that his position was understood by members of the administration. Same is true for the chief. If I don't know if the chief is out sick or taking a vacation day or a 5-2 day, but he could send whomever is in his place to these meetings and be available when their budget items are being discussed.
Okay, well, Ms. Bennett,
they're relying on Mr. Deteniak to, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to belabor anything. I'm just saying, to your point, this is going on and on and on. And the administration admits they're putting $45,000 extra into this budget. I'm just saying it's an opportunity to save some money. That's all.
and we could call somebody. We didn't call,
Yeah.
we
Why
didn't
don't
phone
we?
it in. So
Let's
Call
do
the
that.
chief.
Call
He
the
answers
chief.
right away. He always answers 24/7.
Hold on. Councilwoman Castellino, are you finished?
So I hear this here. Actually, I was a little befuddled that whether it's a chief is really or is it the IT director that's supposed to be in charge of all these items?
This is what the IT people do. I would like to reach out to the IT people. They're the ones who handle this, and we
Yeah.
can have a conversation with them. They're the most intimate with this, and they're the ones that can answer that, so.
And I've said this before at prior meetings, it seems not just this year, every year, we never have the IT department here to answer these questions, and you gentlemen are stuck trying to figure out this, and it gets frustrating. So maybe next year at the budget hearings, you have the IT department represented, so you gentlemen aren't stuck trying to figure all this out. But yeah, let's just double check that and revisit it, and let's move on. Thank you.
Councilwoman Rubin.
Yes, I just feel that with every other page that we've had to go through, there has never been a $45,000 cushion that has
You-
just
you are
been left on the
correct.
table. And that we then go back to the department and say, hey, what else can you spend $45,000 on? They put their budget together. We're approving it based on what their actual hard costs are. And this is just giving them another opportunity to spend. And I think that if we want to be responsible, it's a pad, take it out. And it truly, if there's something very urgent, the four of us are going to approve putting money back in if it's needed.
Ms. Bennett.
Thank you, Council President. This is coming in from a different council, Citizen Budget Advisory Board member. So the question is, does the police department bid out communication systems and dispatch software periodically? Because they are very large budget items and they should be
Yes.
bid.
Yes.
Contracts, I know they bid them out, and just like any other, they go under public contract laws, whatever public contract laws are.
I think we got Eastern through state contract.
State contracts.
Yeah, just,
That was recent, right?
they should
Didn't
be
we
bid.
switch recently in the last couple of years?
I don't.
Okay.
I know, we've been using Eastern for years, whether
Yes.
they're on the state contract or whether we bid out, we've been using, Eastern is our provider because it's not easy just to replace a 700 megahertz trunk system with all the radios and all the intricacies that go there. We have 2 towers that we have to maintain. It's a lot more complicated than that. And I know through the years, we've dealt with them, and however it was done through the procurement process. And if it stayed through state contract, then that's how we have them now. I'm not sure what the current procurement is for them, but Eastern has been with the town of West Orange for a very long time because it's a costly expenditure for every year. I know when I was the chief of the fire department back in 2003 or 4, we received a $500,000 grant for radios back then. To replace that cost now would be, I can only imagine what it would cost right now. So.
Okay.
So where have we left this? Are we going to
Okay.
come back to this
I-
when we have more IT and operations people here? Is that what you wanted to do?
No, I don't. I think that we don't leave a $45,000 pad on the table and that we move to remove it. They've had their opportunity to let us know that if they needed something else. And this is what they've said that they need. And this is our responsibility to rein in expenditures. They're obviously saying that this is a cushion. So if this is a cushion, it's not, we don't see in here just expenses for repairs, which that can be an unknown item. These are very fixed consulting fees and IT services. And there's nothing in here that's going to change that I can see. So I would like to make a motion to take out the cushion of 45,629.52.
How about for tonight, we take half and then give them an opportunity to get back to us and then we consider removing the rest of it.
That's a good idea. That's more prudent.
Well, I think we have a motion, so either rescind your motion or look for
Well,
a second.
I think giving even a $25,000 pad at this time is unnecessary. I think we should just do what we've done with every other department and every other page. If they have spent it, they need it, then they get it. And they have requested this amount, we're giving them the full amount, 365, 356. And by the way, that is almost $80,000 more than last year.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? No second?
Okay, do
Motion fails for lack of a second.
you want to make your motion?
Councilwoman, can you just repeat the amount that you were trying to get it reduced by?
$45,629.52.
Thank you.
Okay, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to reduce it by 30,000. By 30,000, take 30,000.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Still,
Well, while you're thinking, I don't think when Mr. Detiniak says it's a cushion, he's meaning that it's sitting there, that it's not, that he's agreeing to this, thinking it's not going to be spent. We're talking about the police department. And that goes right to the heart of all government, but especially local government. And if we're going to propose taking money away from the police department IT, I'm going to require that somebody come here who knows what's going on in terms of operations and IT to discuss this. I have no idea what's going to happen. And I don't think anybody else up here on the dais knows what's going to happen if we take out $30,000. And I'm going to have justification in order to do that.
yeah, I agree.
And you said
Thank-
you wanted to talk, but
Yeah, 30 is too much. So if you if that's what my council colleagues, is that the motion on the table, I'm gonna be be a no.
is there any further discussion?
We can always put it back in though. If they come to us.
You know
and
what,
say
then
they
let's
absolutely need
let's just wait. Let's wait then. I hear what you're saying. I know the point you're trying to prove, and I understand it. And we are gonna get there. I mean, this has been and I've been supportive. But once in a while, we need to use
understand.
our heads here and we need to be patient. We got, we're gonna have another meeting, so what's the difference? We wait. Let's see what happens with this. And believe me, by next budget, it's all gonna be done differently. Everybody's learning that, things have changed. It's not the way the way have been done for all these years. So, but I'm not gonna go against the CFO for the rest of this budget, so.
Would you agree to making your original proposal?
You know what, to me, I'd rather just wait to the next meeting. It's not a big deal. Everybody understands morale shot across the board. And we got our point on the table, make a note, we're gonna come back to this. They need an explanation. Otherwise, this gets either reduced significantly or it goes altogether. Everybody has to understand we're doing things differently, the IT department included, so.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino,
Uh,
to reduce by 30,000.
right now, no.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
No.
The motion fails.
Okay.
Since we're going to come back to this page at the next budget workshop, do we want to just pass on this without consent?
Yeah, let's.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I don't want to consent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just confirming.
Okay. Fire.
Page 46.
What, we're holding over 3 pages, page 31, page 46, and was there
28?
another,
Was it 28? No.
what was the third page that we are reviewing again?
Admin.
That's page 31. Page 46 is police.
What about 28? What are we doing?
28?
We went back to it and made
I thought we were doing a couple of extra pages.
Deborah
too.
notes of what we held over.
42.
42?
He had it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just wanted to have
right down
Oh, yeah.
ones for-
Yeah.
And for the mayor's budget and
No, the mayor's budget, we didn't, we consented on that.
oh, we did.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
It was admin S&W, central IT S&W, and now this IT OE page.
Okay.
Did we also held off on IT S&W, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're at,
Page 46, central IT fire department expenses.
Got a new
So
page.
This is, I have another page here, but it's the only level of detail is PASCAC data services and IT cybersecurity. Let me pull up what we spent. Okay, so the request is for 14,871.82. It's primarily for PASCAC data services. They provide IT services for FD. And there's a difference of 1,371.82. And I did say cushion. I wasn't misquoted with the previous section, but that is the difference between what we've asked for and what we are going to end up paying PASCAC data services.
PASCAC is a,
Private company, IT company.
Council President,
I'm so sure.
this is a flat fee that you pay? This is a yearly fee?
Correct.
Is there any reason to maintain the cushion of 1371?
Just beyond, if there was something else needed in fire or IT, we would have some money to pay for it. That's
Okay.
all it is.
So we're only talking about 3 months, 4 months.
Mhm.
It's $1,300.
Yes.
Let's leave it alone.
They might need it.
I
He's very responsible with his budget. He's very frugal.
would like to take that money from there and put it towards what he actually needs, which I know what he actually needs is the foam. So I'd like to reduce this.
What phone?
He said that he needs some foam fighting,
Oh, the phone.
Oh, foam.
Well, he could use
Yeah, the
foam.
firefighting foam.
firefighting
Yeah.
foam. So I would like,
Yeah.
what is it?
It's, well, it would be
6,000.
about 4 or 5 barrels. That's, I think foam is about $300 or $400 a barrel.
Okay.
It's just, it's
It's something.
something, yes.
Well, can I ask you a question? Then why wouldn't the phone be in here to begin with? Or
No,
did he ask
it's
for
not
that?
IT.
Just one at a
Look it
time,
up.
please.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. Okay, sorry.
It's
she was
just
in
foam,
Italy.
not foam.
I think she was in Italy.
I realized you meant foam.
Yeah.
That's what I thought too, because I know he doesn't have a phone. I know that, yeah.
Councilman Rudin has the floor.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Cal, but I was, the chief is actually listening, and so I asked him, and he said that there's actually another info share software that we have to use also, so that they can use the 1300. They can't, he's requesting that it stays in the 1300.
I'm good.
What is it called?
Info share, that's what he said. Because I don't know what that software actually does, but
And how much does that cost?
I don't know. He just said he needs it. I just said, I guess it would be needed. He said, yes.
The chief is very frugal. I
Okay.
think we should just let him have
All right. I move to consent.
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 That, right, we are left.
So, Mr. Tiniak, it does not look like we're getting to the debt plan tonight. That's okay. It gives us more time to.
We get in trouble with more time. If you haven't noticed,
Well, no, we're,
I have an anxiety that this.
the thing about the debt management plan is we're talking about millions of dollars.
No, I know, we have to have a long conversation. I know, I hear you.
We're talking about millions of dollars when we're talking about significant long-term impact on the
Yes.
budget and on.
We need our wits about, we need our wits about us for that conversation.
We are in quite a bit of debt trouble. and
Yes, we are.
We're trying to get to a plan to get our heads back above water.
I call it a crisis.
Bored.
Well, while we're waiting. Pardon me.
Once again, thank you for your patience to those in the Zoom audience. We are just waiting for some copies to be made. We are not on mute, so please pardon the dead air, and we will resume the meeting momentarily. Thank you again for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you for coming on you. I'm sorry.
No, it's in the date. When, who's?
No, thank you, where is it? It's just. I don't want to say, but I think it is. It's not true, that I gotta ask him to see them.
I mentioned it earlier, but while we're waiting for time here, tomorrow, September 3rd, is the opening of schools. Of course, the roads are going to look a lot different tomorrow. We're going to see school buses returning there. I'd like to remind everyone in the Zoom audience that it's required when the school bus lights are flashing that you stop and please follow all motor vehicle regulations regarding school buses. Remember, school children are our number one priority, and safety is our number one priority. So I just want to make that announcement while we're waiting to resume the meeting. Schools are open tomorrow. Please drive safely.
It's amazing how many people go around the school bus.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Just amazing.
That's funny, they just had a thing on TV today where TV, cameras on every school bus.
Good.
And if it goes by, they can send the local police to.
That's great. They should do that every time.
Absolutely. And double the fine if kids are on board. Totally agree.
So bad.
Okay, I'm sorry to have slowed things down.
This is central IT non-uniform expense. Again, I'm not really sure why this is not in central IT other, or that's for next year, but the major components of this budget are Fovionics. That's the online document retention. That's where we scan our building permits, and I mean, really, we're scanning everything now. Arbor Pro is software that's used by our tree expert. We originally got that in a grant, but now, we have to pay for it ourselves. We use Minicity. That's a new platform that we've been building out. Started with the mercantile licenses, and now it's expanding to.
Yeah,
Right.
Actually, we just went live with our staff. The staff is training with it, using it and learning and tweaking as we go. That went live July 8th, I think that was the date that it went live. Once that's all the tweaks and everything else, that we're anticipating in a few more months that we can actually go live to the public. And that was the whole idea of this platform. This was a long build. This was actually a build from the ground up, based on our data and based on our needs. So this was our IT department, in particular, a couple individuals did a fantastic job in steering this, but it took all the departments to get involved with it, and there's been a lot of positive results from it so far from our staff. And there's been some kinks too. I'm not gonna lie, as with any software, there's some shortfalls that we're correcting, but the company's very responsive. So to date, we're very pleased with the results.
And then we have Munidex. It's a software license renewal that we pay every year. Well, this was the 2025 payment, and then we did buy batteries. We bought AA and AAA packs of batteries. So there's really not much left over. Yeah. And actually, we ended up spending $834 with troubleshooting the chamber audio. So that difference is even less now.
Councilman Rudin?
Yes, you mentioned that Munidex Municity just went live. How much have we actually spent on Municity?
On municity so far, we've spent $12,440.26.
And is that for the year?
That was, yeah, that's for the annual support. Oh, no, I take that back. We also spent $1,225 for an RDS instance. I don't know what RDS is, but I think when you add both up, it comes out to the 13. Mhm.
Online document retention, what does that mean? All of the building permits are now online?
Everything that was up to 20, when we contracted with this company, everything up to 20 from, I believe it was 1940s, may have been even before that, because our vaults were huge and they were right up above our head. They were scanned in up to 2023. Since then, now our staff is able to scan, and they don't have to teach them how to scan and put these things in there. So as they get time, they put the documents in there. But yes, the whole intention is that we want to go paperless. We're trying to get these documents all served up. It's not just the planning department. It's the part of the health department's using it. The health department can't use the entire system because certain things like I believe it's death certificates.
Yeah, the vital statistic
Vital
records.
statistic records can't be scanned in. So, and then also the planning and zoning have been scanned in there.
Is this an annual fee?
There is an annual fee for Fovionics, yeah.
This much every year? I mean, once we've caught up with the backlog, just to use it every year, it costs 37,000?
Yeah.
It's the access to it because
They
the
host
clerk can attest,
it.
this is, we use it for Oprahs and things of that nature. This is an online, this is a necessity. This was instead of us keeping the papers and things hopefully not disintegrating, getting old or whatever the case, because some of them were very, very frail, some of the older paper, and they were able to keep them. And also, what was good about this is for freeing up space was that this is the only product on the market right now that I'm aware of that the state of New Jersey has approved for raised seals, because everything has to be, anything has a raised seal has to be accounted for, whether it be an engineer or an architect or whatever the case may be. The raised seal has to be captured, and this is to my knowledge is still the only company that's been approved by the DCA as recognizing for record retentions.
So my only question is that it seems like a lot of money for what is essentially cloud, paying for the cloud, because, I get that you're scanning in all the new stuff. But even if you're scanning in, several hundred a year or thousands a year, that seems like a lot.
It's
for the cloud.
Yeah, it's cloud, but it's the indexing, I think you're really paying for, the ability to quickly search and find. Because it's not just like, a dump of PDFs. They've indexed everything and it's pretty easy to I say it's pretty easy. I don't use Movionics, but what I understand, it's pretty easy to find what you need.
Very
But
easy.
you're not wrong in that Fovionics is expensive. I agree with you on that. But honestly, what happens with a lot of our records, they get wet. Yeah, they're in like the most extreme temperatures over in that closet over there that no one goes into, the old CFO's office, like
Downstairs.
downstairs, they do get ruined. So this is a way to preserve them. And then, once we do scan them, we can destroy the physical records. So, we're not taking up space. And
We actually had looked up before we contracted with Fovionics. We almost contracted with a company where they were going to take everything off site and then categorize it. But the cost for that off site was almost the same amount of money. And then anytime we needed documents, they would have to go retrieve and bring it back. And so there'd be a delay. This, we just, and the way the way it was explained to me, so if I have a box that's for 123 Main Street, box over here and a box over here, they all get scanned. But the clerk wants to see 123 Main Street, all the scans go into one spot. It's like individual file cabinets in the cloud. So that there's not searching for every department. Hey, do you have it? Do you have this? It's one search and the documents can come up. So that was the reason that we did that, because if we went to the other system, which we were, from my understanding, we were serious about purchasing or contracting with them. We may have wound up going to Fovionics anyway, because we'd have to pay offsite the amount of, even what we already have gotten rid of, the amount of paperwork that we still have around here is quite exorbitant.
That's for sure.
Good. Yep.
Consent?
Consent. Salary bills.
Last but not least.
I think, did we do all this central IT?
Utility
Yeah.
bills.
There was a question. I don't think that we did get consent on the fire department. Page 74. We didn't, it's on here.
Oh,
Did you put that
yes.
on?
So this is for turnout.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. In the spirit of revisiting things that we've already consented to, I want to go back because something came up today. So if you'll indulge me in going back to the fire OE,
And we did consent on fire department. IT fire department. We already consented. We consented on that tonight.
oh,
No, fire department, I know, IT.
IT. fire.
oh, no. I'm talking about
Okay.
fire department
OE.
OE, sorry.
Was that 74?
Yeah, page 74. 73, 74. The fire chief reached out to me this morning. Normally he has capital for turnout gear, but at this point we don't have capital for 2025. He needs 3 new sets of turnout gear. It's approximately $15,000. I said I would ask the council
By the time we
tonight.
do a capital.
Well, we could always put it in capital and reimburse the account. But I said I would ask at the meeting to see if the council will add 15,000 to the OE budget to buy the turnout gear. If not, that's okay. We'll, as long as we can commit to turnout gear for this year, and we'll.
Chief was
We'll
telling me
charge
he
it.
needs about 10 to 12 sets a year. And the reason being is that we started years ago on a replacement program, not only just for the individual new hires, but the replacement,
Yeah, they have life expectancy.
they have a life
Yeah.
expectancy of 10 years from the manufacture of the bulk, not of the cloth, not 10 years of the manufacture of the actual suit. So the companies actually hold off. They only make the bolts of cloth a couple times a year because, and then they get large orders from all over, wherever they get them from, and then they cut them all up. So this way, the date is specific to the day it was manufactured on the bolt, and then assembled, then later on assembled as an ensemble, a turnout ensemble. And that includes the pants, and the jacket, which is, it's just quite an expense. And it's a necessary, requirement. It's a POSH and an OSHA requirement.
So we have 1 new hire that needs equipment, and then we have 2 that expired,
Yeah.
2 sets of turnout that expired, or are expiring, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay.
So our option is either to add to the budget.
Or just if we can commit at some point this year to doing turnout gear, we can, he can take it in his OE budget now, and when we get capital, we'll reimburse his OE budget. I just wanted to put it out there. I said I would ask.
So this qualifies as a capital.
Yeah, turnout gear is capital, yeah. Mhm.
Because it's a 10-year.
It's 10-year life.
All right, so put it in capital.
What gets it to them faster?
Yeah.
Doesn't
Okay.
matter.
So we'll,
This will get it to them faster. They have to order. They have a recruit in the academy right now he's using old gear that they can utilize in an academy because it's a controlled environment. But once he gets out into the street, he needs to have a new set of gear. The other 2 individuals have their gear has reached its shelf life.
Well, we definitely pulled more than $15,000 out tonight, so I have no
I
problem.
have no problem putting.
Keep leaving it OE.
Any further discussion? Questions?
And it will be labeled as such, just turnout gear, 15,000. It's not going to go into like a miscellaneous count. We'll just make sure that it's replacement turnout gear. I could even note the year.
I want to understand this expense. This is for a uniform?
This is not the uniform. This is the safety equipment,
It's the,
Where to go in your
What
house.
to do to fight it?
it's the jacket and the pants.
fire retardant.
And each of these costs $5,000?
It's pants,
That doesn't-
gloves.
That doesn't include, that's the turnout pants and that's the turnout jacket. That
Not the
doesn't
helmet.
include- Doesn't include the helmet. It doesn't include the actual station wear, which has to also be either cotton or Nomex type of material, which they themselves are about $800 just for the station wear. It's an expensive, it's an expense that's we're kind of held hostage to what the cost of the industry is.
I would call this a have to.
Yes,
I-
this is definitely a heft.
Why wasn't this in the original budget?
The chief had, well, two people, they just went through a uniform inspection. They noticed that we just hired a new person. As I said before, the fire department's traditionally done about 10 to 12 station wear a year, because as I explained before, there's a 10-year shelf life. You have approximately 88 firefighters. So every 10 years, if you do 10 years in theory, in 11 years, the guy who got year 1 will get year 10 or 11, I should say. So it's just a replacement program.
And
And then when we have new people, you have to issue a brand new set of gear to a new person. You don't issue old gear to a person used all the time, because it's just not going to meet the state safety.
When is this new person going to be hired?
They were
They're-
hired already.
They're in the
He's
academy.
in the academy now.
Yeah. But
And
You got to order it. It takes time to get it.
we haven't done a capital, we haven't done we didn't do capital last year.
And we've been paying for
Yeah.
turnout gear from grants, this is the
Yeah.
firefighters grants and.
Yeah.
So,
The chief is always applying for grants and for various different, whether it be safety gear or training, equipment, things of that nature. It's just an ongoing payment that we have to make, and it's just and I know when we said we just hired a new firefighter, I understand what the committee says, but you got to remember the academies only happen once or twice a year. So we're kind of subject to getting, when it takes about 16 weeks or longer to get a firefighter trained just to get on the trucks. That's what the EMS, EMT training, it could be 14 to 16 weeks depending on the academy. So you're talking 4 months just in training and equipment and things of that nature and sending them off. So we're limited as to when we can hire and when we can process.
How many,
Same thing goes with the police academy.
how many firefighters do we have?
There's a staff of 88.
So, I mean, that's a very big expense, $5,000 for each one. So can we get some sort of information in terms of, when you're going to need to be replacing the next?
That would
You're
be,
saying-
I have to ask the chief that.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'd be able to.
Yeah,
be part of a capital plan, yeah.
he usually does, when do we get his report? He always gives us a report every year.
Yeah, the annual.
Pictures and
reports
everything.
yeah.
It's usually puts in his annual report. He's
Yeah.
very thorough.
He's very
so,
thorough.
Yeah,
I trust his judgment. It's a have to.
Any other discussion?
He said last year they used over $100,000 in grant money to buy
yeah.
fire station gear. Thank you, chief.
Just,
Ms.
just,
Bennett?
just a very quick comment. I understand he's very thorough. But he's asking you to make an expenditure that's not included in the budget.
Yeah.
And there is a way to know, if you know that you have 88 firefighters and you know that they each need one, you know the dates of the suit, so you're not out of compliance. And it's really just a matter of managing. Again, this is like a manage issue. Nobody's saying that our firefighters should not have safety gear. The issue is setting up your budget well. That's all.
Mhm.
In all due respect to that, to the committee, sorry, Council President, is if you listen to what Mr. Ditiniak started out with, is that he puts this in the capital budget. And we haven't had a capital budget. This council, the last
Mhm.
council at the end of last year, we were way overdue with a capital budget. So it wouldn't have been put into this budget because he would have put it in the capital, but we're not
Yeah.
even there yet. That's why I said, what gets it to him faster? And by us putting it into his OE gets it to him faster. That's the only way, because I just want you to explain that.
This is-
He does a great job managing his
He
department.
does.
This is purely my idea. Obviously, the chief told me he needs turnout gear,
Yes.
but I said I would request it in the OE budget because I just was nervous. I didn't want to not have the funding for it. Yeah, I mean, the chief will definitely put it in his capital request. He already has his capital request from last year.
Yeah,
Last 2 years. So,
I'll tell you what trust
Yeah.
he needs.
can't wait to do.
but this was on me to, I said, I wanted to ask the council because again, got nervous. It's $15,000. I wanted to have, at least know that it was going to go into the budget because who knows what's going to happen with capital. If we have a hard time getting something approved, I wanted to make sure that we had the turnout gear in there. So
So I make a motion to,
That's gonna be his cheapest request.
I'll second it.
make a motion to
Yeah.
put 15,000 into the OE for the fire
Second.
department for the gear,
Turnout.
turnout gear.
Does that meet your requirement?
yes.
Yes.
15,000?
Yep.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Yes,
Oh, sorry.
Councilwoman Scarpa, I think. Okay, Councilwoman, I'm sorry,
Any further discussion? Please go ahead.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
So on behalf of Chief Vecchio, I'm sure I'm saying thank you for him. He hasn't asked me to, but I'm sure he would likely want to say that to you tonight. So thank you.
Hey, I'm glad we have the firefighters that are gonna wear.
So IT utilities, is that the last?
Utilities?
No, I think,
No,
Non-uniform?
no, we have utilities on page 112 to 116.
we're at 4 hours.
9:07, Council President. Are we going 10 or 11 or tomorrow?
We also
Can I ask, what do we have left? We have
Yeah.
this, what do we have left? to-
Utilities and debt service, that's it, 112 to 116, and then debt service.
So,
We can pick up,
I mean,
and we have a review of page 31, 42, and 46.
well,
When would you like to get together again?
How about Friday? But
I'm in
not
school.
late, oh, you're in
So
school.
it has to be either 12 or 4.
no, I'm not doing 4 o'clock on a Friday with you. people.
No, I don't want
Sorry.
to, I don't want to do 4 o'clock.
I usually do
I
have.
don't think that the staff should do 4 o'clock on a Friday.
12 o'clock, you can do?
Well, just for an hour.
Oh,
Can't you
So-
play
so-
hooky?
So can I make a
No,
recommendation?
Can't your pay gets.
We have page just 112 for the,
112 to 117. It's 4 pages.
oh, 4 pages of. I mean, is it that? I mean,
We're gonna have to come back anyway.
I know, but if we could just focus on debt service and really just have our brains, because I don't want to we'll go through this and then be fried for debt service, or maybe start with debt service.
We could start with.
'Cause like you said, that's extremely important, is a debt service.
We'll start.
And we really need to be focused for that. And I don't understand, am I missing something why this should take us so long?
No, but we're gonna have to come back anyway. That's my point.
Okay. And can I make a recommendation? We come back to debt service first, so our brain,
Sure,
my
yeah, we
brain's
can do that.
working. I don't want to speak for everybody, but.
No, good
Yeah,
idea.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman, but you got me, my
But we
brain's
still love-
frying by the end of the night.
We're gonna be, doesn't sound like it's gonna be Friday.
What's
How about,
Thursday night?
no, Thursday,
Thursday.
I have open space.
Well,
At 7,
that-
I can
that-
do.
that's not in- we're gonna have to.
There was a zoning
Then
board
people
meeting
can-
Thursday night.
For that.
Okay.
In chambers?
I know, it's virtual.
But the zoning board is also on the 4th. Unless we can do,
Well, it has to be
You're
48-hour
right.
notice.
I could come like 3:30.
Yeah, but
it doesn't,
we're.
You don't
this is
have
our
time.
priority. We're not on those boards.
Yeah.
So all
Um,
other boards, this is the priority.
Correct.
And I don't think we should drag
We need
that.
48 hours.
Yeah,
and
we can do Friday
Fridays
as well.
out.
I'm not, she can't do late. She
I
can
can
only do an
only
hour.
do-
You said 12.
I can only do an hour though.
We're gonna need
And we're not
more
gonna
than
get
an
through it in
hour.
an
Have
hour.
you not been to one of our budget hearings?
Yeah.
I mean,
We got all these other things.
you need an hour per page.
Okay, so next week,
The 8th is our meeting.
that's the Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? We're having executive session, so
So how about the 10th?
Is there a
Oh, wait, I
zoning,
think we have something
planning
on
board
10th.
meeting?
Hold on a
They
second.
asked. me
oh,
to
that's
put it
not
on
the
yeah,
10th.
the 10th, yeah, we
Yeah.
all should listen into.
No,
Well, I
we're,
meant the GFOA.
What is it?
We,
I meant the GFOA, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Okay, that's
lucky you.
done. Boom, boom,
So
boom.
we can't do Thursday?
Yeah, town paid.
Oh, that's why we're doing the meeting on Monday. Okay.
No,
I'm- I'm-
town didn't pay.
don't worry, I'm pulling all those bills.
Got you on recording.
You can't do Thursday?
Oh,
Not
God,
gonna be
no,
I'll be here.
rent
Thursday.
leveling board, we have rent leveling
Alright.
board at 6.
Oh,
I can do 12. But you can't.
No, I can't. I only have an hour. That's.
Well, as long as we have a quorum, we can go forward.
It's true. So maybe we start at noon.
Why don't we do Friday for 1 hour and see what we get done? Friday at noon.
And then we can go on
Um,
if we want, because we have a quorum, but wait, she's not Friday.
Friday,
It's gonna rain.
No, I have babies,
Mm.
or the one baby. I could probably just do an hour.
How long will that debt presentation be?
Probably like 20 minutes, half hour. It depends on the questions.
I don't usually ask any questions, so it's okay.
I'll try to condense it. I'll try to condense it as best I can. There's a lot of data in it, but the overall message is more of like, here's the annual plan to stick to. And if we stick to it, we will get to a point where we can be pay as you go by 2039 or something like that.
2039.
Yeah. But it's a roadmap. It's supposed to be a roadmap to say,
Yeah.
and you can go a little bit more, you can go a little bit less, but like if you sort of stick to the roadmap, you will get to a point, barring any like ridiculous interest increases, where we could be pay as you go and really reduce the debt.
So just a couple of questions on the presentation, you talk about, I think it's $22 million in authorized borrowing that we need to do over the next 2 years. Could you please just provide us a list of those? So we can go in and see if we agree with you on the urgency and necessity of this.
Yeah.
Because if we can cancel some of that stuff out.
Yeah, any unspent, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
I make a
Please.
recommendation. Can we, his Friday, can we, instead of having a conference, do we have a conference agenda planned for next Monday? Can we
I'll wait for.
Not have-
Council president.
not have one
Yeah,
and
skip the
start the
conference.
meeting at 6 and do the
Or
debt
earlier.
report from 6 to 7?
Good
Yeah.
idea.
That's a good idea. I like that.
Yeah, I know, but.
We don't have conference agenda, do we?
We don't need that. We should be doing our business.
Yes.
We have a couple of requests for conference agenda on Monday, and
No, just tell
I
them
need
we're booked. We have more.
we
important-
also now have an executive session, so.
Can we come earlier?
I'm saying, can we come at
5
6?
or?
6 for
Well,
what?
Well, we could do executive
I could-
session at 5:30
Yeah, we could come earlier.
and then do the presentation from 6 to 7.
Mm-hmm.
I think we can move around the agenda. The thing is, people are used to being able to do public comment at 7 o'clock. So
Yeah,
whatever we can do. we
make
can-
sure we have
we can-
public comment at
Yeah,
7.
executive session, nobody's gonna miss us, so. Is there anything
I think
else?
we should come earlier on Tuesday.
Yeah, so let's just
Monday.
stick
Maybe
with
Monday.
Monday. Let's just
Monday.
stick with Monday. Okay, so we're talking about 5:30 or 6 o'clock for executive session.
Or 5.
Can we even be talking about this? We haven't noticed this, did we? Yeah, we did.
Well, we have
No,
time
no,
to
not
notice.
really.
No,
No, but not council meeting.
I think budget workshops, I said, not council meeting.
Right, so it's okay for us to be talking about this?
No. At a budget workshop? Yeah, it's not a,
We can't pick a date for both.
oh, that you can do, because I put that on the notice. But I'm just, I don't know. Again, it's a legal question, so, yeah.
I just think more people would have an opportunity to watch it.
Yeah,
at
they
6
should
than
look
it
at
would
that
on
program.
on
be
Friday than
great.
at 12.
It would be great to do it on Monday, I think, because people should see the debt.
Are you not here
I'll
Monday?
be here Monday night. He's going to the.
Oh, I thought it was Tuesday.
Starts Tuesday morning.
Oh,
Oh, okay. All right, forget that idea then.
so you're
So
not
he can
even,
do it Friday. You can present it to us on Friday.
Present Friday.
Okay, then just leave it Friday. I'll figure it out.
On Friday, the budget here, workshop.
I'll figure out how to get there.
The 5th, yes.
Okay, Friday, 12 noon.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to do a
For
Zoom
budget.
Friday. Yeah, I have to do a Zoom.
It was so nice having everybody here. I missed you all terribly.
Madam Clerk, just for clarity, that's September 5th, 12 o'clock budget workshop.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I do have one question for Mr. Detiniak. You don't have to answer it tonight. My one concern with utilities, so you don't have to answer it tonight, just like, I just want to make sure we're covered and we have enough money budgeted with this summer with, what's going on in New Jersey with the electric bills going sky high.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're in good, obviously this budget was crafted so long ago. Are we gonna have enough money to pay our electric bill for the rest
Yeah,
of the year?
I think we'll be okay. The new rates went into effect
No,
July 1.
sorry, I'm just.
Okay.
So it's not a full year. And, I tried to, when I put together the electricity budget, I tried to account for the increase because we certainly knew what was happening. We should be okay.
Okay.
Are we changing the time for Monday's meeting? Or no?
We can't talk about it.
Oh,
Right. It's 12 right now.
I'm sorry.
It's 12 o'clock.
No, that's Friday's meeting.
Oh,
That's the budget workshop. I was going back to the council meeting, which we're not supposed to talk about, so. All right.
Well, we could give you a time tomorrow
Yes, absolutely.
independently.
Yes.
That's
too.
different.
Yes.
I don't understand that.
Please send an email to Madam Clerk about what you think is the optimum time
Yeah, what your
of
preference
Monday.
is.
we can't do budget, so what's the, I just don't think we should have consent agenda.
Well,
Just-
we're talking about executive session too.
Oh,
Yeah,
can we have it before the meeting?
That's what we have to find out. No, nothing. We'll talk about it off.
What, is that not permitted?
I'm available anytime after 4,
Okay.
so.
I just want to thank Mr. Detiniak. I know this has
Yeah.
been a very stressful
Very
budget season
enjoyable
and,
evening.
and.
Are we still online, Mr. Fagan?
Yes, we still are online. The meeting has not been adjourned.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
13.
Aye.
Thank you, 13.
Good night, what's the?
I can show you
Yes.
this.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Okay, we are adjourned
Oh.
and we